everybody's quiet and in place. That's okay. And we're going to begin the morning with our presentation to outgoing Mayor Richard Reardon, and the chair recognizes Mr. Holden to do this presentation. Somebody will deliver this to Mr. Holden, please. And for those of you who didn't hear it the first time, I will remind you that the rest of the program is, as soon as we get the 10th member here, we're going to have public comment. We'll then go through today's, actually as part of today's meeting, we will start with the public comment period. We will then take up the council business of the regular meeting and the special meeting, and we will then return to the business of acknowledging our many colleagues who will be leaving office at the end of this month. So the chair recognizes Mr. Holden as soon as you're ready, and Mr. Reardon is ready.
Hey, Governor, would you join me? Governor, Mayor Reardon.
Going to be your valet.
Okay, very good. This is a sad day for each and every one of us, but certainly Mayor Richard J. Reardon, author, creator of term limits, which causes him to leave City Hall today. Whereas Honorable Richard J. Reardon was elected the 39th mayor of the city of Los Angeles in June of 1993, Los Angeles voters overwhelmingly re-elected him on April 8, 1997, with more than 60% of the votes for his second term. Throughout his two-term career, Mayor Reardon focused his efforts on making Los Angeles safer, creating quality jobs throughout the city, making government more efficient, making neighborhoods. Don't read it all?
No.
All it really says is that he was the best mayor that he could be.
Right. Is that a compliment?
And I can tell you this, he was the best friend that I could have in the position as mayor of the city of Los Angeles for the two terms that you were here. Not only my friend, but friends of the city of Los Angeles, its people. You were always sincere and genuine about things you wanted to do or thought that need to be done to make the city of Los Angeles safer, better, and more economically viable, setting up your business teams, the Lonnie programs, all the programs that you brought here to improve the quality of life of the city that was not here before. You know, when you got elected, the confidence on the part of those who would create economic development went up, and they brought their resources and finances to the city to make all that happen under your leadership. No matter where you go or what you do, I'm sure that the people that you represent and serve will thrive and believe in you and have faith in you. And they know you'll do a good job as you've done it here. I just want to say that, you know, when we come this way and leave, all we can hope for is that we thought of as the person who made the place a lot better than it was before we got here. I can testify to the fact that it's my belief, in my opinion, that the city of Los Angeles is much better off that you have walked these halls, talked the talk, walked the walk, and done the job that you said you would do. When you came here, you made one statement to get here: I will turn Los Angeles around. And you've done that. So it's indeed my pleasure representing the members of the City Council, certainly our esteemed member. We named these halls for him yesterday, who's not here, who loved you, as most of us thought of you as well. On behalf of us all and those who are not, we want to congratulate you and thank you from the bottom of our heart for a job well done as the servant, the people's servant of the city of Los Angeles for the past 8 years.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you very much, Sir Nathaniel. It's been a wonderful 8 years, and I thank the people of Los Angeles for giving me the chance to be their mayor. Things have gone well, but it's gone well because we're all a partnership of the city council, the other elected officials, and particularly the people of Los Angeles, who played a large part in turning our city around and making the neighborhoods safer, cleaner, better places to live, in improving the education system, the parks, the libraries of our city. And I can say, despite a few barbs back and forth during the last 8 years with the council, when it came down to doing things for your constituents, we acted as a team and we made them happen. The city of LA has never seen more happen throughout our city, in every nook and cranny of Los Angeles. And I can say, and I've said this to the press and others, that this city council has been the most active in helping their constituents of any city council in the history of our city. So as I leave with me, some faces are leaving. We've lost, of course, John Ferraro, tragically, and Jackie Goldberg is in Sacramento. But Mike Hernandez, who is going on to be a professor, Laura Chick, who is going to make sure that the new mayor and other elected officials are honest as city controller. And Mike Fuhrer is going to continue to find causes to fight for throughout the city. Rita Walters, who I'm happy to say I've heard is doing much better now. And Rudy Savornage, who is going to fight every inch of the way.
Hey, Rudy!
And we will see Joel Wax is going to be leaving us soon to be in the art world. But all of you, including those staying on the council, have done a superb job. I'm proud to be your partner. I know we've disagreed at times, but we made this city a lot better city. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, don't leave yet. Hang on. We have, stick around. Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I pressed my button. I wanted to make sure the system was working when you were making your comments, because I did want to say a few things. I had the pleasure of working with Mayor Tom Bradley, and I remember when Tom Bradley came down and he asked me if it was true that I had screamed in the rotunda the night before, and I said yes. And he asked me why, and I said because I was trying to understand the CRA budget. And what Mayor Bradley then did is he sat down with me and helped me understand the CRA budget. And so he had a wealth of City Hall experience. When you came in, prior to you coming in, and a lot of people don't know this, my friend Mr. Holden doesn't remember probably, but I was the council member who carried the initiative for term limits on your behalf. And I honestly feel that the 8 years, 9.5 years I put in on the city council, it's time for change. I feel comfortable leaving. And I also think the voters basically agreed with that. I just wanted to share that because you as mayor have taught me a few things. One, you came in with a focus of economic development that really helped this city survive a recession, get over a civil unrest, and get over an earthquake in a way that I think has been unprecedented for cities. And I want to give you credit for that because it was your business team, it was MBOC, it was a lot of those initiatives that made that happen. You also had a way of bringing this council together. Most of the time, it was against you. But you need to understand that that's part of that process. And that's part of the process, and you define that part. But I also want to give you credit for the area that I think is probably most important. It was under your helm that the Commission on Children, Youth, and Families was brought together. It was under your helm that basically Proposition K passed. And there's been no question in my mind that when you were in my district, you showed me respect. And at the same time, the children of the city of Los Angeles had a mayor. And I wanted to, one, thank you for that and congratulate you for that. And that's a legacy that nobody can take away from you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Michael, very much.
Mr. Savornich, we're not done yet. Hold on, Mr. Savornich.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. Mr. Mayor, I would also like to rise and to thank you for being a partner in progress in my district and for the city of Los Angeles. 8 years ago, we ran on a ticket to turn Los Angeles around, and I'm very proud that in turning Los Angeles around, you left none of the 104 communities behind. Working with you has been indeed a pleasure. Working with your very competent staff has also been a pleasure. Many folks don't know this, but they will now, is that by working with you and your staff, for the 15th Council District alone, we were able to bring over $1 billion in community projects and services and programs without an increase in taxes. And so, Mr. Mayor, thank you for being a partner, thank you for being a friend, and I wish you the best of luck in all your future endeavors. You're truly a great gentleman.
Thank you, Rudy.
Mr. Burnson.
Dick, I just want to thank you for the years that you put in. I think some of my colleagues have already expressed some of the accomplishments, but I've had the opportunity of working with you on some other things such as MTA and things of that nature, and I can tell you about the dedication that this man brought to the city. Now, it's tough coming from the private sector and taking the top spot because it's a learning curve. But he came with determination. He came with the idea to turn the city around. We were facing, some of us forget in 8 years where the city was. And although some of us have not always agreed with Dick, most of the time I did. Occasionally we had differences, but we worked them out. He basically did turn this city around. He brought business back that was departing from our city. He fought to keep our entertainment industry here. I mean, there were a lot of major things that don't just stand out and people forget lightly. Yes, he did bring us term limits, and I would have left anyway at the end of this term, Dick, so it didn't matter, you know. But I just want to remind you that my district voted for you 78% in the first election, and that's what did it. And I don't think they were disappointed. I mean, you know, none of us in politics, for those council members that witnessed what went on in the council chambers on Wednesday or in planning committee on Tuesday, are always popular with their decisions. Sometimes we just have to do the things that we think are right, and we have to have the courage to stand up and do them no matter what the papers may say or what people may holler at us. And I think that Dick has been willing to do that. He's been a leader. He hasn't been afraid to take a position. I don't think we've seen the last of him in politics. I heard this morning that you're going to tour the state and test the waters. I think you would have been elected 4 years ago, if you, or whatever the last gubernatorial election was, had you chose to run at that time. And I think we're all going to be watching very carefully to see what happens, and wish you the best of luck in whatever you do in the future, and thank you for the years that you've given to this city. And I want to thank you for the friendship that you and I have had.
Thank you very much, Al.
Mr. Padilla.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Hey, Mayor. It was in 1993 when you were elected, and as several of the members have spoken before, it was really a trying time for the city. Much had gone on, both man-made and natural circumstances that really posed big challenges to the city of Los Angeles. 1993 was before I began my involvement in government and in politics, but you took those challenges head on, and I think we've come a long way in the last 8 years. Our relationship began in 1997 when you appointed me to the Building and Safety Commission, and that was a wonderful opportunity, a great preparation for me for when I decided to run for office in 1999. And you supported me when I decided to run for city council, and I always remember that and appreciate that. It was in part with your support that others were encouraged to support me, and I had the support necessary to be elected. But it wasn't just with that. Immediately upon my coming into office, our offices have been working together. I was still sitting on the Public Safety Commission in the first month after getting elected, before the shuffling of committee assignments and chairmanships, when our offices came together to bring about the North Valley Police Station, which had been promised back in 1989. And we actually recently just broke ground, and you were out there in the San Fernando Valley with me on that. And I had the ability to serve on the Budget Ad Hoc Committee. And to all the ideas that we talked about during the campaign when I was running, all the ideas that we've talked about for the last 2 years, we had a meaningful relationship, not just a friendship and getting along, but working together on the budget, working together with policy, you and I, my staff and your staff. You were a man of your word in saying that we wanted to work together, at least when it came to me. And it was through those budget items, the increases in the street repaving money, the increases in the sidewalk money, the increases in the sewer hookup programs, that not only have you shown your support to me, but you allowed me to make good on the promises that I made to my constituents. And so I thank you, Mayor, for your support. I thank you, Mayor, for your friendship. And I think, well, I know I stand here proudly today and can look at our relationship as an example of just what can happen when our city leaders agree to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Ms. Mizikowski.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, a lot has been written and will be written about your legacy. And I think your legacy can be put in 3 words: for the children. You were a mayor for the children. You didn't say, it's not my job, when the issue of the education system came up. You said it's important to us, it's important to our children. Operation Healthy Neighborhoods, class parks, the primary centers that are open in this city have been open, have been initiated as a consequence of your action. And I think there's no member of the council here who hasn't seen you in their district at some opening, some school event, where you are best and most in your element when you are surrounded by kids. And I think that one of the greatest tributes is that those who come into LAX at the International Airport see that picture of you surrounded by children. And that wasn't just a photo opportunity. It was real. And as I say, I thank you, and I think that the children of LA thank you, because you've raised that level, that limit, and you have been a mayor and made this city for the children.
Thank you very much, Cindy.
And Mr. Pacheco.
Madam President, colleagues, how are you doing, Mayor?
Hi.
I want to, first of all, start off by thanking you immensely for being one of very few people who stood by me when I ran for City Council. I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you for being such a great friend of the 14th Council District, of our youth programs, of our children, as Cindy has pointed out. We have some major projects online because of your commitment to bring activity, a great brand new park to the east side. I believe that a lot of that work would not be getting done if it wasn't for your commitment to reaching out to those who don't have as much. Well, practically no one has as much as you do, but so that's an easy one. But for not forgetting about us on the east side, it's really important that people know that you were a friend to everyone in the city. You never looked at any part of the city as a place that shouldn't be supported. I know you've been working very hard to keep the city together. And I just wanted to tell you that I really appreciate all your work, all your support, and I know the 14th Council District has been a great beneficiary of your kindness and, of course, your leadership here in the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Dick. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we now actually have a quorum present, and so we're going to call this meeting officially to order. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council on Friday, June 29th, 2001. There are 15 council districts. The council meets Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at approximately 10 o'clock. The council meetings are broadcast on cable television on Channel 35, and we are also available on council phone. Please call the roll.
Person check, Fuhrer, Garcetti, Hernandez, Holden, Miskowski, Pacheco, Padilla, Riley Thomas, Orangeback, Walters, and Galanter. 12 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. The first order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Without objection, the minutes are approved.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
And without objection, those are approved.
Before-
I think we're going to take the public comment period first. Maybe we should just go through, let's just do the basic stuff on the agenda, and then we'll take public comment.
Item number 4 on the regular agenda, a request from the city attorney that matter be received and filed.
All right, we do have a card on that item. I guess there has been a public hearing. All right, is there any objection to receiving and filing item number 4? Hearing none, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is received and filed.
Item number 1 on the regular agenda is the item notice for public hearing.
Now, let's go through. Are there any continuations or anything else here?
That is it for continuations.
Okay. All right, then let's first go to the public comment period. This is a time for comments from members of the public on items within the council's purview, but not on today's agenda. And I have so far 2 cards from people who wish to be heard under public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Larry Green, followed by, I have some more. Larry Green, then Madeline Janice Aparicio, Nico and Theo Milanopoulos, and Candido Mares. Mr. Green.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to congratulate Mayor Reardon on behalf of all the voters and the people that live in the 4th District, Hancock Park, and Hollywood Hills. 8 great years, and everybody knows that I ran against Dick Reardon, and I knew not to run against him in '97 because there was no chance of getting 1 vote against him in '97. But he was probably the greatest mayor I've ever known in the city of LA, and it's just an honor, and I'm sorry he's no longer going to be mayor, but I hope he will be governor. But let me talk right now about public comment quickly, because we have other people that want to talk. I want to talk about the streets, the sidewalks in my district, the 4th District. I know it's a lot of wealthy people live in Hancock Park. Well, this morning, you see the bandage on my hand? You see the bandage on my hand? I'm running on Muirfield this morning, jogging, saying hello to everybody in my district, and I fell on the sidewalks, and I fell on my knee. You see my scraped knee? I fell on my knee, and I fell on my elbow also. I've told you, we've got to fix the sidewalks in Hancock Park. We've got to do something about the streets, the sidewalks, the potholes. I don't want to fall again, because I may not get up the next time. I'm Larry Green. Congratulations, Mayor Reardon. Please fix the sidewalks in Hancock Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Madeline Janice Aparicio.
Madeline Janice Aparicio with the LA Living Wage Coalition and the LA Alliance for a New Economy. And we couldn't let this opportunity to go to thank with all of our heart the council members who are going to another place. I don't want to say they're leaving us, because we're hoping that we'll be still working with them in different ways. So I just want to take the opportunity to just say one thing about each of the council members, and we just have a small token of our friendship and our love and our feelings for those of you who we've worked with for the last 8 years and 6 years. So on behalf of Lane and the Living Wage Coalition, I want to say first to our friend Mike Hernandez, who actually was a co-author of the Living Wage Ordinance. And I don't know if a lot of people didn't know that. I think it's fair to say he is one of the greatest champions for low-income people in this city and has been a real hero to a lot of people. So thank you for all of your efforts. Okay. Laura Chick, who we're excited about continuing to work with. I want to say that Councilmember Chick is one of the best listeners that this council has ever had, and I think that says a lot. She always listens. In fact, you know, a lot of times I know you're all really busy, but when sometimes people who come up here are real nervous, and Laura's always there, and a really strong supporter of low-income people in the city, and thank you so much. Mike Fuhr, I want to say that Mike Fuhr is the one person who always read everything that we ever sent him. It was just amazing. You know, we could send these long things, and he would always have the right questions, and you know, in the end, and oftentimes in the beginning, was such a wonderful, warm supporter, and always listened to people. So thank you so much, Mike. I know that Rita Walters is not here today, but we wanted to say something anyway, because Councilmember Walters is a person who always spoke from the heart, and you could always see that her heart was right there, right on her sleeve. I remember when the Living Wage Ordinance was first discussed, she talked about things that were so personal, like how much it costs for a loaf of bread, how much it costs for a gallon of milk, and what that meant to low-income people. So we want to thank her for her leadership and her warmth over these years. And I want to thank, second to last but not least, is Councilmember Rudy Savornich, and we weren't always on the same side on everything, but one of the nicest people on the council, always a friendly word, always a smile, and really did come around to supporting a lot of the key issues that especially workers at the airport have faced. So we really want to thank you. And last but not least, I want to thank a person who did the hard work of a council member but didn't get much credit, and that's Sharon DeLugich, essentially acting council member for the last 7 months, who did all that work without having a vote, and we love her from our heart. So thank you all, and the best of luck to all of you.
The Milanopolis brothers are next.
We are Nico and Theo Milanopoulos, 14-year-old co-founders of Kids Voice LA.
We're here to say goodbye to those council members that are going to be moving on to any future jobs that they might have. We've been working with you the last 3 years, both sides of an issue, and even though we know we weren't always on the same page, we know that in the end that's how democracy works, and that's what creates democracy, is the speaking out on two separate, if you want to speak on a different side. And you really have taught us everything that we know about government and the city.
We would like to thank you all, but we would like to give a special thanks to Councilmember Hernandez. Without him, we wouldn't be here today. He was our civics teacher. He taught us about city government. He taught us how the city worked with his courageous leadership. And he taught us to stand up for things even though it's not the most popular thing to do.
And just on a final note, to all of you that are leaving, we're going to really miss all of you. Thanks.
And Candido Morez.
You want to go ahead, sir? You go ahead first. Thank you, Madam President, council members. I was supposed to leave for New Mexico yesterday, but I couldn't leave without thanking the people that are leaving today. Councilman Rudy Savornich, I was here in 1993 when he first took office. I watched him being sworn in. I've watched him grow, and I know that Mr. Ferraro is very, very happy with the way he's grown in his civic duties. I want to thank Mrs. Walters. She's always cared for the children of this city. She's always been willing to speak out for those that have no voice, so I want to thank her for her dedication to the city of Los Angeles. Mrs. Chick, it's been a great ride. I was there when you were sworn in. Today you belong to the 3rd District. Next week you belong to all of us, and I thank you for the dedication that you've given this city. Look forward. Mr. Fuhr, I can't thank you enough for the opportunities you gave us in Van Nuys. Because of you, we were able to come together and develop what is called the community courts. On Monday, we were dedicating the Marvin Browdy Center, and as Ms. Kowski was talking, here came your concept down Van Nuys Boulevard. So with the community court and the Targeted Neighborhood Initiative, Van Nuys is going to become a better place to live. So I thank you for that, sir. Thank you. Mr. Hernandez? Before I thank you for what you've done for the city, I want to thank you personally for being a hero. You went through so many things in the last few years. You never quit on yourself, you never quit on your family, and you never gave up on the city, sir. And we thank you for that. I can't tell you enough for that. But along with that, you were always willing to see both sides to each issue. And because of that, the city is a better city for that. So I thank you, sir, for your dedication and your service to the city. And finally, Madam President, I want to thank you and this entire council for keeping this city united. And Mr. Ferraro is very, very pleased. I thank you all for everything you've done in the last, I've been here for 10 years, so thank you for everything.
All right, and I do have another speaker, Morris Kite.
Good morning, Ms. Galanter, members of the council. I'm Morris Kite. I have been a community organizer in Los Angeles since 1 January 1957. I've appeared before the council many times, or advocates I've been associated appeared. I come today to thank the members of this council, a thanks that only this council deserves or is worthy of. You are to be praised forever preserving this marvelous building. You took courage and dynamism and purism, and you saw it through. There is something in this building for everybody. There's a pyramid on the roof. It could be an Aztec, Maya, or Egyptian period. Below that's a Grecian temple, a Temple Diana. Below that is Art Deco and Art Moderne. And around here is Florentine. The colonnades are a reminder of Florence. And this marvelous hall for doing the government would make William Randolph Hearst proud. It looks like a place to do government. So you deserve the people's thanks for doing that. Let me just mention 2 more things. I congratulate the citizens of Los Angeles on getting the services of Laura Chick to be our city controller. I watch Channel 35 a little bit, enough to keep a notion of what you're doing, and I find that very often she refers to you as colleagues. I believe that Ms. Chick really believes in collegiality, and collegiality is the way to go, madam. The marvelous city controller we have now, Rick Tuttle, has been running a watchtower. Some people say a guard tower, guarding the Treasury. Laura Chick will run a watchtower, will also bring humor and class and style. So I congratulate her. Let me close by complimenting Mike Fuhr. You have been just a marvelous service of the people. I again watch 35, and I see you frame arguments and carefully craft them and lead into them, and then the denouement, and then like that. We really are blessed to have you, sir, as a city council member. Ms. Galanter, it's been a delight to be before you. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy this wonderful building. Only you can claim that. Only you.
Thank you, Mr. Kite, and I did find your card. All right, that closes the public comment period. We do have a gentleman who wants to be heard on one of the items that's on the agenda for the special meeting. And so when we get there, I'm going to call him at that time. That brings us back to the agenda. And members of the council, before we start on the agenda, let me pose a question to you for you to think about, and we'll come back to you for the answer in a little while. We have a number of presentations today for our colleagues who will be moving on to other phases of their lives. And two of those colleagues in city government are not here, not council members, not here at the moment. As we decide when to invite them to be present and when to do the presentations, we're also looking at closed sessions. And if we have a closed session first, we have to ask everyone who's not involved to leave the room and then invite them back in for the presentations. If we have the presentation, I wish you would all listen to this because you're actually going to have to make a decision. The council members, that is. The rest of you don't have to listen to this. If we hold the presentations first, you need to hang around through all the presentations so that we can come back and go into closed session. So you think about that while we start on the regular agenda. Mr. Clerk, where are we? We were at item 1.
Item number 1, which is item notice for public hearing.
We do not have any cards on item 1. Is there anybody in the chamber who wishes to be heard on item 1? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. There is also a motion 1A.
I believe the motion 1A is for the special meeting.
That's for the special meeting? Okay. Oh, that's right. I'm looking at the wrong piece of paper here.
So
All
the
right.
action on this item would be to continue the public hearing, the ordinances, until July 18th.
All right. So there being no council members who want to be heard, item 1 will be continued with the hearing open, correct?
That is correct.
Until July 18th. And the chair now recognizes Mr. Padilla for an introduction. The chair now recognizes Mr. Padilla for an introduction. The chair now...
Thank you, Madam President. We're still getting used to the audio system here, or the acoustics, I should say.
It's really loud up here, I can tell you that.
All right. And I'll assume it's the camera over here in the corner that's pointed at us. Wanted to acknowledge, I know we have a lot of presentations today, but I have some family members here. Returning is my nephew Christian, and my parents are in the back, Santos and Lupe. But the special introduction I wanted to make today is a family member in from out of town. She's my aunt. She's my godmother, Detta Higgins, visiting from Portland today. Just wanted to welcome them to City Hall. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. All right, next item.
Items number 2 through 13 on the regular agenda are items for which public hearings have been held. Item number 4 has been acted on.
We do have a card on item 2. If I hear a motion to hold a hearing, we'll hear from the gentleman. Otherwise, we'll not. All right, I don't hear any motions. Any specials, members of the council, 2, 3, or 5 through 13? No specials. All right, open the roll on items 2, 3, and 5 through 13. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Forthwith on 5 and 12, please. Next. Forthwith on 2 as well.
Items number 14 through 31 on the regular agenda are items for which public hearings have not been held.
All right, we have a card on item 23, and we have a whole stack of cards on item 30. So we'll call those 2 special. Is there anybody in the chamber who wants to be heard on any of those other items, 14 through 31? Did you fill out a card? All right, we have one more card. Which one?
Please,
Yeah.
maybe there's a problem with my agenda, but it says in my agenda, items 2 through 6, items for which public hearings have not been held. My agenda
Mine says have been held.
It's
So,
he's looking at the special agenda.
are you sure that,
We're
is that the
on the
regular
regular.
meeting or the special meeting?
Oh, this is a special one.
Okay, we're not up to that
We
yet.
haven't
Hang
done
on.
my meeting yet. All right, all my cards are for special.
Oh, okay.
All right, I
All
didn't
right.
know that. I'm
I have
sorry.
them here. Okay,
My
thank you.
mistake. I'm very
Okay,
tired.
thank you,
I'm
Mr.
sorry, but I
Green.
am here. I'm tired.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Let us go back to, we're now on items 14 through 31. Members of the council, do we have any specials?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Hernandez?
Yes. Item 29, is it possible for us to continue that item 1 week?
I don't know why not. Any objection to continuing item 29 for 1
To
week?
July 6th.
July 6th. Hearing none, it's continued. Any other specials? Ms. Mizikowski?
Item 17 for just a minor amendment. I could read the amendment if you'd like.
Do that.
That is just, this is on the risk management for city-wide traffic accident issues. And I would just like to amend the Transportation Committee report to add that the report should be submitted to the Office of Finance Risk Management for their review and for them to be able to work with DOT, LAPD, and ORS to coordinate a citywide traffic accident risk management program and report back to public safety. I'll give that to the clerk.
All right, thank you. So we'll assume there's a motion to amend item 17. Any other specials, 14 through 31? Hearing none, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Those are approved.
Yeah, Madam
Forthwith, hold on, wait 1 second. Forthwith on item 3, please. The request of the city attorney and Mr. Hernandez.
Could we be forthwith on item 12, item 24, and item 27?
We already did 12, and we can certainly do 24 and 27.
Okay, thank you.
All right, forthwith on 24 and 27. Okay, next item. And 16, did I mention 16? Forthwith on 16 as well. Okay,
Item number 32 on the continuation agenda is an item for which public hearing has not been held.
okay, now on item 30, there's a note on here that says...
Item number 30 was called special.
Oh, right, okay. That's right, because we have the cards. All right, sorry, say again.
Item number 32 on the continuation agenda.
Okay, item 32, I do
Yeah,
not...
I'd like to call that special, Madam Chair.
Okay,
There's
item
an amending motion that goes with it.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez has called item 32 special. Item
Item number 33 on the continuation agenda.
Item 33, I have no cards on that either. Members of the council, any comment on item 33? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Item 33 is approved. Forthwith on that, please.
Madam Chair, and I'd like to ask the CLA, on item 33, we don't have a problem with it being approved, but item 1 on the special council meeting goes with that.
Okay. How do we do that? Madam City Attorney, item 1 on the special agenda goes with item 32 on the regular
No,
agenda.
item 33.
I'm sorry, 33. It was 32 you called special.
Yeah, I called 32 special, but 33, maybe I should call it special. but-
Well, no, let's just find out. Maybe you don't need to.
And that's amended by item 1A.
Right, so we should,
But item 1, no, but Gail, the problem is that it's 33 on the regular meeting and item 1 or 1A on the special meeting.
You can approve one right now, the one that's on our regular agenda, and then when you come to the special agenda, you'll have to wait and approve that.
So we have,
yeah.
okay.
Okay,
so-
no problem then.
So it's not a
Item
problem.
33, we go, can we go into the special meeting for that purpose?
We
That's
could.
up to the chair.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, well, we'll hold off, we're fine.
Hold on, I think there's only a couple of specials left from, where does it go now? So used to the other one. We only have 3 specials.
Item number 23 is the first special.
But,
Yeah,
so we'll
we're
come back to it, okay? All right, item number 23 was called special because we have a card. Robert Aquino. Mr. Aquino? There you are. Let's make sure we've got a microphone for you. Okay, try again.
Is this the Rule 23 issue on the retirement?
No. not
That's
yet.
what I'm here to speak in support of.
Okay, hang on.
Thank you, Madam President.
All right, so the regular item 20, let me just make sure that I've given you the correct answer there before we do anything.
Item number 23 is a Ridley Thomas motion for Ms. Walters
Yeah,
and
it's a reward motion, all right. All right, so open the roll on item 23 on the regular agenda, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That's approved forthwith on that.
Item number 30 is the next
Item
special.
30, we have a number of people who've asked to be heard. Five. All right. in the order in which the cards turned up, Margot Feinberg, followed by Professor Jamshid Damouri, if I'm reading this right, Damoy, Phil Recht, Madeline Janice Aparicio, Reverend William Campbell, and Brother Modesto Leon.
Hi, Ruth.
Hi, Margot. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you on this auspicious day. Good morning. My name is Margot Feinberg, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And having worked with many of you on the council on other important issues, today I'm here to address an ordinance proposed by Councilmember Mike Hernandez with respect to requiring large retail stores that are coming into the city of Los Angeles that the city would conduct an economic impact study before they're given their conditional use permit. Originally, on behalf of UFCW, we were encouraging the city to adopt what was called the Main Street Preservation Ordinance to bar these kinds of stores from coming into the city. That ordinance has had its own life and has not come to the council at this point. However, through the process of trying to get that ordinance through, it became clear that the City of Los Angeles has not conducted its own studies about how these stores will impact the city. You'll hear from others about how in other parts of the country, these kinds of stores have created devastating impact on shopping centers, on the community, depriving communities of access to groceries and the like. And not to mention putting out of business many companies that provide good wages and health benefits. So it's I think the city has an interest, as a planning issue actually, to look at the economic impact. And the Planning Commission, the Planning Department are not in a position to do those kinds of studies. So we support this ordinance, which puts the community economic development issue and the resources behind it to look into this. And so we encourage the passage of this ordinance proposed by Councilmember Hernandez and seconded by Councilmember Holden, and we appreciate their support. Thank you.
Professor
Jamshid Damoui.
I was pretty close.
Very good. Madam President, Honorable Council Member, I'm here to speak in support of the ordinance proposed by Council Member Hernandez. We did a study about Ventura County and found that how the moving of the mega store can actually create negative impact on the well-being of the people in that particular community. Our study shows that good-paying jobs are a really important part of the well-being of people in a society, and those who are to bear the high cost of living and affordable housing and may suffer from child or near child poverty level. Economic interdependence between cities are a very important thing. We found, for example, in Ventura County that if a particular area suffers from negative economic impact, it's likely to affect other areas because people actually live and work in these cities which are close to one another. So there's not a really win-win case, so to speak. The survey showed that the bulk of the unionized workers who lose their jobs as a result of moving of these big box stores, they are the middle-aged people that support their family, often young family, and the overwhelming majority of them only really depend on the job that they have in these stores. Increased productivity over years actually benefited the people who worked in these shops and in these entities, as well as the people who actually shop there. When a dominant company sets its standards, it's likely to affect all others who are present in that particular economy. So it's not just for one company, the whole economy is affected by it. Mega stores usually follow very aggressive sales, so they are more subject to risk in the market, and that could, on one time, be a source of prosperity, but often can lead to their moving out, and that brings negative impact on all those who are there. So I'm here to support the ordinance proposed by the Council Member Hernandez, and our studies, the detailed studies are really, if you like, I could submit a copy of that to you, and various interpretation and analysis of that we have done over the last year. Thank you for the time you've given me.
Thank you, sir. Madeline Janice Aparicio.
Madeline Janice Aparicio with the LA Alliance for New Economy. I just want to say a few words about why I think this is a good thing. Basically, this is going to give you more information. It's not going to stop anything. It's not going to stop any project. It's just going to give you more information of the kind that you really need in order to make an informed decision. UCLA and Lane were involved in doing a series of studies about economic development in the city, and those studies pointed out some potential problems with large-scale retail. Not that it's always bad, but that oftentimes retail, especially large-scale retail, creates a lot of low-wage jobs without health benefits, has a lot of impacts on local businesses and small businesses, impacts the healthcare delivery system, impacts affordable housing, those kinds of things. So taking an opportunity to reflect on those potential impacts, having the information to make an informed decision, those are good things. So we encourage you to vote for this proposal.
Thank you, ma'am. Phil Recht. Mr. Recht.
Thank you. Philip Recht, the Mayor of Brown and Platt, represent Walmart stores. Let me say briefly, we've been at this issue for the better part of 9 months. You're going to soon get a recommendation from the Planning Commission that we think addresses the legitimate land use issues that exist here, but steer clear of the troublesome legal issue of trying to somehow stop or hinder the sale of groceries in these kind of stores. Let me suggest that this proposed ordinance goes right back into that kind of legal problem by putting additional burdens on the sales of groceries by stores and attempts to block legit competition. But let me say my point today is not so much on the merits, but I just want to be clear about a procedural issue. To our understanding, this matter would amend the zoning code. As a result, it has to go to the city attorney and to the Planning Commission before it comes here for a vote on the merits. And I just want to be certain that, in fact, that is the understanding as to what is happening today.
Thank you, sir. Reverend William Monroe Campbell. Reverend.
Thank you to the Honorable President, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Reverend William Monroe Campbell, Pastoral Associate in the Second Baptist Church of Los Angeles and Chair of the African American Clergy Community and Labor Task Force. I come before you this morning in support of the amending ordinance before you as it addresses the issue of large retail stores. In recent years, the City of Los Angeles has led the nation in recognition that true economic growth and development requires attention to the interests of residents, consumers, and workers, as well as that of developers, employers, and investors. This has been evident in the adoption of the Living Wage Ordinance and other such provisions. The item before you is another such item that will advance healthy economic growth. It is a false economy that benefits only one sphere of the community. In addition, we are clearly at a time of rapid change when new mechanisms of the economy and commerce are coming into view. Adjustments to accommodate these new mechanisms while affirming the balance we have made reference to are necessary to assure that Los Angeles continues to advance as a truly sound place to live and work in this emerging and unfolding 21st century. I therefore urge your support of this amendment. As I close, let me extend personal words of appreciation to those members of the council who are in their concluding days on the council and express my expectations of continued cooperation with those who will constitute the forthcoming council. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Brother Modesto Leon.
Good morning, buenos dias. My name is Brother Modesto Leon, the Executive Director of Soledad Enrichment Action, and here also representing the IAF. We know that this amendment will basically empower families to be able to pay their bills if they have these jobs. We know what it costs for food and gas, and we'd hope that these companies that come in and also will benefit will also share with those families their empowerment. We know that the minimum wage it's not enough to pay for the needs. And so we know that to empower these families to pay their rent, their insurance, we need to make this amendment. so they can also live a just wage and a just life for their families. So we're in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no further cards. I've been informed by the city attorney that this item needs to go to the Planning Commission and then work its way back through the council committee process. However, we do have 4 members that wish to speak. Members, do you continue to wish to speak at this time, or do you want to wait till it comes back? You do. Chair recognizes Councilman Hernandez.
Members of the council, the reason I wanted to rise and speak on this issue is I won't get to do that next week. I do get to do that today. Many times we've talked about the city of Los Angeles as many cities.
Mr. President, perhaps the sergeant can help us. This is obviously a very critical issue, and it's increasingly difficult to hear. And there are members of the council who will, for the last opportunity, be able to address this and other issues. And at least we could have some method by which we can hear. It's very difficult at this point. So I would ask if the sergeants could clear the back of the room so that the echo that we get there will be reduced significantly. And if you would instruct them to do so, I'd be appreciative.
Thank you, Mr. Reed Thomas. Sergeants, if you could help us preserve some decorum in the chambers in order that members could be heard, it would be very much appreciated. I would like to ask those who are at the rear of the room if they would either mind taking a seat or taking business out into the hallway. That would be appreciated also. Sergeants, if you could help, this would be appreciated. And if we could keep the general chatter to a minimum, that would be appreciated so members could be heard. Mr. Hernandez, continue, please.
Mr. President, thank you, and hopefully you held my time during that period. But members of council, there have been times when we've talked about us being one city and tried to develop policies that impact everybody with equity and affect the entire city. And then there are times when we've had to realize that we're many cities simply because the zoning is not the same across this city and the economic vitality has not been the same across the city. The intent of this ordinance amendment, it goes hand in hand with which is another ordinance that is coming from the Planning Land Use Management Committee, and it'll be before you after I'm not here. What that ordinance is going to basically be calling for is some design standards for those big boxes of 100,000 square feet or more. One of the things that ordinance is going to ask for is that in the conditional use permit process, in the findings, that there'd be some kind of an economic analysis of the impact a big box has in the surrounding community. Now, the reality is the planning department doesn't do that. They don't do economic analysis impacts. And to pass that ordinance without this ordinance would be a fallacy. We would not be able to basically implement an economic analysis. What this ordinance is asking that we do is when there's a conditional use process that basically affects big boxes of 150,000 square feet or more, that the Community Development Department pursue an economic analysis of the impact of that big box. And I will give you examples. I have large parcels of lands, one being the cornfield, another one being Taylor Yard, in which big boxes have wanted to open up. But the question had to be, what would be its impact on the surrounding communities, on the small businesses, and the jobs that are part of that small business, and the taxes that are generated by those businesses. Well, again, the planning department doesn't use those tools. It's the Community Economic Development Department that does that. And that's why I'm basically asking for that. You know that every time we've had a large project that was using some kind of an increment program that was being subsidized, it went through the Community Economic Development Committee. And that's why this ordinance is important as part of the big box ordinance that the Plum Committee will be referring to you. And again, I'm supportive of that, and I just think that this goes hand in hand with it, and that's why I'm submitting it. And I agree with the City Attorney's Office that it will have to go back to the Planning Commission for review. And they've already gone through that review, but they looked at it strictly as a planning issue, a land use issue, and this basically gives them the tool that they said should be part of the findings.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Chair recognizes Councilman Burnson.
Yes, members of the council, Let me start off by saying that I do support Mr. Hernandez's motion, and I will explain why. I think we've dealt with the original big box motion that was brought in originally by our now Assemblywoman when Jackie was here, and it's been modified to the point where I think it is not inhibitive of restricting trade, but does give us the ability to put conditions in that we didn't have before in the major project ordinance. But this looks at it from a little different perspective, and what it says is this: take a look at what the impact that a major, large establishment, whether, I don't care what the brand name is, maybe we need to even look at regional shopping centers, Mr. Hernandez, if they're going to be in close proximity to vibrant neighborhood street front commercial. I know many years ago, before I went astray and ran for public office, I was a retailer, believe it or not. And I, at one point in my life, was literally had to close a store in a community that was impacted by a regional shopping center, actually by 2 regional shopping centers. So I think that in the planning process, we look at the land use, we look at how it conforms to the neighborhood, we look at the residential use, we look at the traffic. The one thing that we haven't looked at is what other impact is it going to have. And I don't think there's anything wrong in looking at that. I don't know how far we go with that. That's something that's going to have to be determined in future deliberations. But I think it's appropriate that we do look at it, because if we don't look at it, we're creating blight, because the neighborhoods that are impacted and go out of business become blighted areas. And that should be part of our consideration when we're doing our planning process as well. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to continue to watch it very carefully. I do not want it to be something that's going to be an automatic no to any new business that wants to come into the area, because there are a lot of areas that need and deserve big stores like this and discount stores and so forth, and we should encourage them in the right locations and without the impact that Mr. Hernandez is worried about. So I am going to support this. It will go back to the commission. The city attorney will look at it, then it'll come back to the planning committee, whatever the planning committee may be in the future, and then finally to the council if it gets that far. But anyway, I want to commend Mr. Hernandez before I sit down, because I think that Mr. Hernandez has brought to our planning process a new perspective. It isn't just what takes place on that piece of land. It's how does that affect everybody else around it? And I think that's worth looking at, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Councilman Pacheco.
I just wanted to make sure that when we look at the economic impacts, that we look at it from all standpoints, and the one person that I'm most concerned about is our residents in our districts in terms of what impact it will have on their ability to get a good price on a good product. That should be included in the impact, because one of the things that we see sometimes is because a bigger a chain or a national brand store won't come into our community, we have smaller stores that open up, but because they're smaller, they have to charge a lot more for the basic products than the chain store who buy in volume. So I just want to make sure when we do the economic analysis that we not only look at what impact they have on the stores, but also importantly, what buying options do we create for our residents, because ultimately those are also the individuals that we serve as we represent our districts. So as this analysis comes forward, I want to make sure that we're looking at all the different factors that impact this decision, because we really need to do when we decide to support redevelopment in the community, we need to do it right, and we need to be respectful of everyone's interests. So if we can include that as part of the economic analysis, I think that would be a good step forward also.
Ms. Mizikowski.
I share, I think, what is the consensus here, that this is a new way of looking at the issue that we had first considered as just a prohibition, and the prohibition may have had some legal problems. As Mr. Burnson has indicated, we've done something in planning that at least deals with the land use side of it. Mr. Hernandez's recommendation and proposed ordinance, I think, starts to look at a serious issue on the economic side of it. But I appreciate what the city attorney has said, that this needs to go back, because, members of the council, we never see an ordinance that hasn't gone to the city attorney's office, hasn't gone through any review, and adopted. So it needs to go forward through a process. And the other question I would have is, who should pay for the economic analysis? I don't think we want this as a burden on the city with each and every project that comes in, so we'd have to look for some kind of permit structure to review the economic analysis that we will have to make in each individual application and case. So I commend Mr. Hernandez for coming up with a different approach, and I think an approach that may hold some substantive legal capability if or when it's challenged. But I think we also, just because of that, need to go through the process the city attorney is recommending, so that we have covered our legal bases and process as we go forward in the city with, I think, a concept that we'll be able to hold up legally.
All right, anybody else? So, having done that, this is now going to be, can we continue to, or do you have to refer the whole
Be
thing?
withdrawn from the agenda and referred to the Planning
All
Commission.
right, so it has to be referred to the Planning Commission. Okay, Mr. Hernandez, okay? All right, so item 30 is referred to the Planning Commission, and we will hope to have it back sometime soon.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I request that it come back as part of Mr. Benson's Plum Committee report in regards to his issue? I mean, the ordinance that's coming before it?
That would seem to be an efficient way to do that.
Right, okay.
Let's just check with the clerk's office. Can we do it that way?
Okay. Okay, no problem.
It's really up to the decision of the Planning Commission, what time, the timetable.
All right, but we could, the
We can
council's
request it,
action
yes.
in referring it could be to
Right,
request.
we will
it
take
come
an
back
action to refer to the Planning Commission for review.
and request that they combine it. Okay, next item.
Yeah, but that's why I wanted to take a vote on that action, to refer it to the Planning Commission.
Oh, all right, let's take a vote on the action to refer it to the Planning Commission with a request that they combine it with Mr. Burnson's item. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved and referred. Next item.
Item number 32, called special by Mr. Hernandez. There is an amending motion that has been distributed.
Item 32, and there's an amending motion.
Yes, members of the council, members of the council, there was an article in today's paper regarding this item, and it was in the business section. And what I wanted to point out is this is dealing with an industrial bond financing with a company that basically is going to be opening in the empowerment zone and creating jobs. It was the first time the committee actually had a report before us where the majority of the jobs that were being created would be under the living wage ordinance. They would be paying less than the living wage. And it's exempt from that process. Prior to this, most of the companies were paying over a living wage or had agreed to pay living wage before it came to committee with a report. The committee, at that time, in committee, we felt that we could, one, send it to the full council without a recommendation, or basically allow them to negotiate with that business a living wage ordinance. They chose to go back and negotiate, and now it's before you with an amendment where the business is agreeing to pay a living wage. Now, one of the things that, the reason I wanted to come to the full council is I thought it was a policy issue that the council should discuss in regards to our role as a pass-through. However, now that's no longer a policy question for us to discuss. What was also bothersome to me is here was a business that was creating basically 70 jobs in the empowerment zone. And we were just talking about the financial mechanism to reduce the bonding cost for the $4.7 million that the business was going to use for equipment, and that would create the new jobs. We weren't talking about how it is that we can help this business, for example, because it is in the empowerment zone, use all the tools in that toolbox to help that business basically raise the quality of the jobs so that they can be paying those kinds of things. For example, this council has voted to provide a tax credit or some kind of a discount on the electrical use of businesses that are in the empowerment zone and the enterprise zone. There are state benefits. There are basically Workforce Investment Act benefits in terms of those new hires. And so the rest of that package wasn't before us, and in this time of discussion, we've had a chance to talk to the department, and we want to make sure the department talks to the business in regards to those benefits. Whenever the public sector plays a role in helping business, it shouldn't be to create low-wage jobs. It should be to enhance the quality of life not only for the employers, but the employees. And that's what's today, again, I think we got half the package. We are working on the bond financing and the additional package, and that's voluntarily been agreed upon. At the same time, I think we got to put a greater emphasis on how we help these businesses in the empowerment zone that already exist take advantage of the full array of potential incentives and potential benefits to being at that location. And I just ask for a unanimous vote with what's before us with an amendment.
Okay, anybody else? All right, open the roll on Mr. Hernandez's motion. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Not on the regular agenda is Special 1 motion brought in by Mr. Savornich.
All right, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This has to do with the Alameda Corridor. On June 14th, the ACTA Board authorized its CEO to enter into an agreement with the City of Los Angeles and Department of Public Works and regarding some contract compliance. This morning, on June 29th, the board acted, the Department of Public Works Board acted and approved it. And this is asking that the council take the action and do so immediately to approve this, because otherwise I believe that the money will revert back if this doesn't happen today.
This could be a serious problem. All right, open the roll on the findings. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
The findings are approved and the matter is now before us. Mr. Savornich.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a good deal for the city and a good deal for the Alameda Corridor, and I would move approval.
Anybody else? Somehow I have a vague feeling you may be about to win this. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved forthwith on that, please.
Madam President, item number 26, an amended motion has been circulated after council has acted on that matter. Did you wish to reconsider?
I think we might wish to do that. Do we have a motion to reconsider item 26 for the purpose of amending it? Did somebody move item 26? Whose amendment was it?
It's Mr. Holden's.
Mr. Holden, would you like to move reconsideration of item 26? Thank you. So that we can amend it. Let's reconsider it first. Open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Okay, it's now before us. Mr. Holden has an amendment.
I submit amendment item 26A.
Thank you. Open the roll on 26A. Well, unless I hear an objection, we're going to amend 26 with 26A and vote on the amended version. Open the roll on 26 as amended. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That's approved. Next item.
The regular agenda is now complete. Do you wish to go to the special meeting agenda?
I believe we do. There was a Rule 23 motion floating around here somewhere, but that can come into either meeting, I presume. Can it?
I haven't seen anything, Madam
No,
Chair.
it's floating around here someplace. It hasn't made it up here yet either, but
Would you wish to recess this meeting and go
let's
into a special
recess
meeting?
this one and go into the other one, and then we'll see what happens. I don't know which meeting the Rule 23 was intended for in any case. All right. So the regular meeting is now in recess, and we're going to call to order the special council meeting, which, for those who are confused by this, is a separate agenda that should also be available back there. Call the roll, please.
Burson-Chick, Fuhrer, Garcetti, Hernandez, Holden, Miskowski, Pacheco, Padilla, Ridley Thomas, Furnish, Wax, Walters, Galanter, 12 members present and quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. The special meeting will now come to order, and we'll begin with, we have cards on several items. We have an amending motion on item 1. We have a card on item 2, on item 4, and on item 6. And on the closed session, I believe, item 7. So, let's try to take
Starting
these.
at the beginning would be
Let's
item
start at
number
the beginning.
1.
All right, item 1, actually, we have had a public hearing previously, and not yet, hang on, actually, that's a good point. Let's just do this quickly, and then I'll ask. Item 1, we've already had a public hearing. There is an amending motion that's been circulated. Anybody have any comments? Open the roll on item 1 as amended. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That's approved forthwith on that,
Yeah,
please.
forthwith. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item 2, we have someone who wishes to be heard, Mr. Green.
First, as a point of information with all the presentations, I must have, my card on item 4 is for item 5.
Okay.
All right, first of all.
All right.
This item number 2, I don't know, this is sort of a stupid thing to say, but try to keep quiet in the back. Everybody's so loud and noisy. The problem in this city, people don't care about their own issues. That's the problem in the city of LA. People don't care about the parks and their department or the ordinance for the big retail stores. We got to care about everybody's issues. It's a big city with 102 neighborhoods. And if you don't care about everybody's issues, then you really don't care about the city of LA. So I just want to make an announcement to all the big lobbyists in the back and all the big executives and big lawyers in the back. 4 words: learn to shut up. I don't care how that sounds, folks. I can't believe how we have this big, beautiful city hall, and the first day we're here, and people are gabbing like you're in a coffee clutch in some other part of town. Anyway, item number 2 is a motion. No public hearing has been held for this. A pretty important motion. I'm going to read it to you all because you're all watching on TV on the replay. It's Friday. Communication from the city attorney and ordinance, first consideration relative to disclosure of member communications in support of or opposition to candidates seeking city office, expenditure limits, and the delivery to the City Ethics Commission copies of transcripts of telephone calls to voters, campaign advertisements, and similar communications. Well, first of all, what does this mean in plain English? Number one, because we just had a very dirty, filthy mayoral campaign. We had a lot of violations in the city attorney's race where some people got billboards and some people didn't, and some people won. Why was there no public hearing held? What, are you just going to pass something because it's June 30th? What is this? Where's the beef? Look, I will never forget the dirty, filthy campaign. In my case, as I walk around the 4th District, I carry these mailings of Antonio Villaraigosa. One paid for by the Hahn campaign, one paid for by Ron Tudor, who doesn't believe in hiring union laborers, and Antonio's wearing the same black shirt when Jimmy Hahn's wearing a suit and a tie. Some people just can't forget, and Larry Green is one of those people. What is item 2 all about, and why was no public hearing held? Thank you.
This is the public hearing.
Well, what's it about then?
All right. That appears to close the public hearing. You are. Ms. Chick is next.
Because I've been, thank you, Madam President. I'm eager to clarify. This is not something new before us at all. We have had multiple council hearings and committee hearings on an ordinance that we passed, colleagues, you will remember, some weeks ago, 6-8 weeks ago, that our Ethics Commission, our city attorney, brought into us exactly to address the loopholes and the gaps that some state legislation had caused in the normal way that we do things. And if anything, this is helping to fill the void. It is requiring disclosure on independent expenditures, and it is making that disclosure more expedient so that voters know who is paying for what. It was a good ordinance that we adopted in a hurry to affect both this recent primary and general election. And you will remember, colleagues, you all supported my motion unanimously during the passage of that ordinance when I asked if this is good for this election, isn't it something we want to put into place that covers all future elections? The only question I have, and I believe Mr. Alperin is here from our city attorney's office, is if you could explain to us when this ordinance goes into effect, because I very much had wanted for it to be in place for the special elections coming up. That was our intent. Once we put it in place for this past primary and general, we wanted it to be in place for all future elections. So if I could ask Mr. Alperin to come to the center table and answer that question, I'd appreciate it. And then, quite frankly, what we are doing is echoing what we have done already and making it go forward to affect all of our future elections as it should. Mr. Alperin.
Thank you, Councilwoman Chick.
You will remember that back at the beginning of May, you adopted 2 ordinances with respect to the regular elections that were held in the city in April and in June. What these ordinances did is require certain disclosures by organizations who send communications to their members urging them to vote for or against candidates for city office. Under the state law, the payments for those communications are not disclosable and are not subject to at least the limits on contributions and expenditures imposed by state law. As applied to the city, that means that if a union or a political party sends mailings to their members urging a vote for or against candidate for mayor, they would not have to disclose on their campaign statements that they file pursuant to the Political Reform Act the payments that they make for that. Same would be true of a corporation that sends such a communication to all of its stockholders or all of its employees. What you adopted was a rule which said that when they make these payments and they spend at least $1,000, within 24 hours they have to notify the Ethics Commission of that, just like an organization that makes independent expenditures has to send that notice to the Ethics Commission. The purpose of that notice is so that our public matching funds program will operate the way in which it's intended to operate, part of which is that when there are independent expenditures of a certain amount made in a race, then the spending limits for that race come off. These, prior to Prop 34, would have been independent expenditures and would have lifted, there would have been notice, they would have lifted the limits. Now that they're not independent expenditures, they wouldn't lift the limits, and that's why we adopted the ordinance. We also adopted as part of the ordinance a requirement that 7 days before the election, they file what is essentially a campaign statement regarding the city's election, giving all of the information with regard to the contributions that they had raised and the payments that they had made with respect to these membership communications. At that time, you asked us to come back to you with an ordinance to put these requirements into the municipal code so that they would be in effect for future elections. The ordinances you adopted in May only applied to the general election in June, and there was a catch-up disclosure for the primary election in April. Those ordinances are no longer operative because they only related to that election. These code amendment, this ordinance would make this permanent.
Effective when was basically my question.
Effective 30 days after publication.
Does it then go into place for the special elections for the 4th council district and the 2nd? Okay.
Assuming that this is adopted within the next few, either today or within the next few weeks.
I am making that assumption, Mr. Alperin. We have
yes,
acted on this already, and we are echoing ourselves.
Let's assume that you adopt it today and that the mayor signs it today and it's published on Monday. 30 days from Monday, it'll be in effect. So yes, it will affect that
Mr.
election.
Alperin, thank you. I'm hoping we're going to take the vote. Thank you very much.
Well, so are a number of other people, but there's 3 more people who want to be heard. Ms. Mizikowski is next.
I'm going to move the previous question so that we can vote.
Well, no, wait. The previous question.
That's one question.
There are 2 more people who want to be heard, and we can take a vote on the previous question, but since nobody who wants to be heard has been heard, not everybody who wants to be heard has been heard twice, it won't be valid anyway. So let's just, yes, Mr. Holden.
I'm supportive of this proposed ordinance, but I'm disturbed about Mayor Larry Green had to say about to pass the election. I mean, if you're going to put everything on the table, put everything on the table, not just one-sided, Mr. Green. Fact of the matter is that the reason why this ordinance is before us, because some rich, fat cats in the city of Los Angeles tried to influence the outcome of the election and gave large sums of money to the Democratic Party and funneled it, not for helping harm, but defeating him. Say that part. And then, I never got that material. And then, we had even one of my colleagues, and I won't mention the name, use some of that money to oppose him. Yes, to support Chick. Yes, to support Mr. Fuhrer. But nobody talked about that, and that's okay. The outcome is the outcome. The election is over. Let it be done. This will clean up the process. Let that be done. And then hit the streets and don't drink too much coffee and you won't fall when you trip.
All right. Mr. Burnson.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote on this, but I have to ask Mr. Alpern just a couple of questions. What I'm concerned about is the ability to funnel money into a expenditure committee and large contributions that are made this way. Does this provide for disclosure other than the 7 days before the election?
This particular ordinance provides for disclosure 7 days before the election. It also provides for notification of the Ethics Commission within 24 hours after a
Okay, that's, in my view, I'm going to support this today, but I'm going to tell you that I don't think that this is adequate. I do not believe that large sums of money should be put into campaigns without the public knowing where they're coming from. And they should be required to report these to the Ethics Commission. They should be public information, and it should be from the day the day that the election starts. And I will tell you this, I would ask, Mr. Alpern, that we ask the Commission to look at expanding this ordinance to cover that. I think the public is entitled to know whether party money or whether private sector money or any other individual monies that are not now going to be the knowledge of the public as to where those funds come from should be covered. And if it's not covered under this ordinance, then it doesn't go far enough. So I'm going to vote for it today only because it's a step in the right direction, but we got a ways to go.
Mr. Savornich.
Madam President, to the City Attorney, this is a first reading ordinance, correct?
That's correct.
We need 12 members to pass it unanimously.
Yes, you do.
We have 11 in the room.
That
So it's going to go
appears
over a
be the
week?
case. Yes.
Oh.
Mr. Garcetti.
Where's Ridley? Where did Ridley go?
Wait.
Thank you, Madam President.
There you go.
I rise in support of this, and I realize that we cannot pass it today, but I also think that it's insufficient in how far it goes. And I think that we all need to recognize, especially, that as we look for more transparent government and more transparent elections, one of the things that is addressed by this, which is the expenditure ceilings lifting. In particular, we have a loophole right now that allows people who are friends of candidates who know that those candidates would be better off by having those ceilings lifted, be able to spend enough money in an independent expenditure to raise those ceilings. This is never how this was intended, and I recognize the constitutional issues here with free speech. Nevertheless, I think that they are workable in some way so that we don't wind up actually helping inadvertently people to funnel more money by using this loophole. Specifically, we saw this play out in the campaign where people did have independent expenditures for someone and knew that in doing that, they would lift up the limit for that candidate. If we cannot address that loophole, then I would think that we have not done our work. Secondly, the only way that we can get towards really having that sort of transparency and getting away from even the questions to some degree raised with the ceiling lifting is by moving towards full public financing of our municipal elections. Thank you.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to speak to one of the points that our colleague, Mr. Garcetti, just made. The ordinance before us today, I think, is fine as far as it goes. I actually, Eric, introduced a motion maybe 2 weeks ago to close the very loophole to which you just referred. The Ethics Commission asked that they have an opportunity to take a cut at it before the council did it, and so I included that in the motion. But the loophole that allows, as you just said, someone who supports a candidate to both provide a huge infusion of funds and lift the expenditure limits is ridiculous. And the motion I have pending would actually would create a dynamic where if you did that for somebody, then only the other person's expenditure limits get raised, only the other person's matching funds get raised, and so we create some disincentives to muck up the process in the way to which you referred. So I hope that there'll be a lot of support around the council to make sure that that motion becomes the law in the near term.
Thank you. I think we're now ready to vote. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right, that's approved, but because it's an ordinance, it will carry over 1 week. Sir.
Have 12. Does he not want to be here? Well, then, guess what?
All right. I just want to inform you that as we've been going through all this, I've made an executive decision that we're going to do the presentations before we do the closed session. So what's going to happen is we'll go through the rest of this agenda, items 3, 4, 5, and 6. Holding item 7 on the desk, we'll then do the presentations. We'll come back to the special meeting for the closed session. So I urge you not to run off. And that means even those of you getting presentations who are council members are going to have to stick around for a little while. We'll then close the special meeting when we're done, go back to the regular meeting for whatever is left over there in the housekeeping and adjournment. So we are, excuse me, Mr. Holden?
Just presentations will come first.
Yes, after we do this agenda up to the closed session, then we'll do the presentations, then the closed session, then we'll finish the special meeting, go back in the regular meeting, and take care of all the housekeeping. All right, we're up to item 3.
Item number 3 and 4 can be considered together.
All right, and Mr. Green, you said your card is for item 5, not item 4, correct? Right, okay. Items 3 and 4 are before us. Members of the council, open the roll. Public hearing is closed. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Items 3 and 4 are approved.
Item number 3 and its ordinance will be held
go
over 1
over
week
1
for a
week.
second reading.
All right, we are now at item 5. Mr. Green.
This is great. Item number 5 is wonderful. By the way, point of information to Mr. Holden, and wherever you are, my name on the ballot is not Melrose Larry Green, it's Larry Green. So let's just get that perfectly clear, wherever you are, Mr. Holden. I'm right here after 3 hours of meeting. Item number 5, this is great. I hope you all get your agendas out. Item number 5, communication from the Office of Administrative and Research Services relative to various actions concerning the expenditure of remaining earthquake recovery funds. So this is some money, and I am an accountant. You know, I may not practice as a CPA, but I know all about governmental accounting from my days at Cornell and University of Houston, et cetera, et cetera. This is some money remaining from the earthquake recovery funds, and we're going to spend it because it's remaining. It's June 29th. This is for the new fiscal year. So it's a little bit of pork. Let's put it in there right at the end, and nobody will be noticing. Now, what I want, this is a lot of money. This is $615,000, $1.2 million, $300,000 of salaries. These are housing accountant, two positions, finance development officer, 1 position, management assistant, 1, deputy city attorney, 1. I want to know how many of these people live in the city of LA that we're going to approve this pork for. I want to know, what about the sidewalks in Hancock Park, the potholes all over the city? What about putting up stop signs and red lights at the traffic crossings and providing for our senior citizens? Just because the money exists from the earthquake recovery funds, maybe we ought to ask the highest paid or the second highest paid person in the city, Ron Deaton. The guy from MTA is now the highest paid person. You got somebody ahead of you. Why do we have to spend this money, or else it's useless? Or can't we reappropriate this money? Or can't we hold it over for a week when we have a new council? Maybe they're a little more compassionate than you are. I'm Larry Green. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. That closes the public hearing. Item 5 is now before us. Members of the council, Mr. Green wants to hold it over. What would you like to do? All right, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Item 5 is approved. Item 6, and on item 6, I have 2 people who wish to be heard, Richard Marshall and Helen Coleman. Mr. Marshall? Well, I see Ms. Coleman. Let's call Ms. Coleman.
Oh, start? Start. Okay, my name is Helen Coleman, and I used to live at 5445 10th Avenue in Los Angeles, California, and I'm here against the predatory lending practices that companies such as Household Financial Services is doing. Just to give a little background, I own the property. It's a long story, but the short of it is I was in the process of refinancing it. Household Finance did not at any time work with me from day one. They knew that I was in the process of refinancing. However, they went ahead and sold it. The house was sold for $148,000. It had been appraised at $265,000, and I'd like to let you know the house is in escrow, and it was sold for $245,000, I believe. And just to, I would just like to state one thing. Since this has happened to me, I have found that this is ongoing, that there are so many people that are paying high interest rates, 12, 14, 16%, even up to 28%. And we're working in our community, and I can understand now why we're having such a hard time really and truly revitalizing our communities, because if it's happened to me, and it did, and I'm finding out it is happening to seniors, they have these variable rates, they can't afford it on fixed incomes. You know, when it's not happening to you, you don't realize what's going on. And I just brought some pictures, and I'll leave them to really just to show you with just my house, one house alone. There's some before and after pictures, and to really see our community will never ever come back until something is done with the predatory lending practices. And also to say, I'm retired from the city of Los Angeles after 30 years and 6 months, and to really realize that there is some of my retirement money being put to household, and they're the ones that kicked me out. God help us. Here.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall. Sergeant, could you collect the, thank you. Mr. Marshall?
City Council President and members of the council, my name is Richard Marshall, and I'm here for essentially the same thing Mrs. Coleman is here for, is about predatory lenders. They are preying on South Central Los Angeles, and particularly the 9th Councilmatic District. And they come in and they give you loans that people cannot afford. They get in trouble, and we need to have something done about it. And also the city of Los Angeles, apparently not knowing it, they are using the pension funds from the city. They're investing them in Household Finance Company. This is one of the predatory lenders. And we would like for the city to stop doing this. And the Office of Corporations has just recently fined Household Finance $10,000 they have to pay back to people who they have ripped off. And really needs to be something done about these predatory lenders. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. Mr. Hernandez, did you want to, this is your motion.
Madam Chair, again, I just ask for unanimous support. I think the motion itself, this is particularly important right now because of the situation that's going on in terms of what I call the haves and have-nots and the role that financial institutions are playing. And when we created the oversight committee to look at how the city makes its investments, It was so that we could get these kinds of report backs, and hopefully the final therefore is passed, and that is that the Office of Finance and the Community Redevelopment Agency and the Los Angeles Housing Department, with the assistance of the city attorneys, to report to the council on invested funds, stocks, securities, and any other business obligation with Household International, and provide recommendations as to how to proceed in the future. Just ask for review.
Thank you. Mr. Ridley Thomas? Yeah, we're all just moving back into the building. Give him a second. Okay.
Madam President, members of the council, I rise to support this item largely because we cannot do enough to send a clear message that we are unalterably opposed to predatory lending practices and all that is associated with it. The harm that this does to unsuspecting, vulnerable residents of this city and beyond cannot be overstated. And it would seem to me that the record will reflect that we have had any number of instances in which those of us who are in the policy-making business, those of us who are in the process or in the business of making decisions that help people have been absolutely trumped in more instances than I care to mention because of the way in which laws are written and the nefarious activity of high money lenders and the like who manipulate the law and prey on those who are the least capable of defending themselves. And so, Mr. Hernandez, as a parting effort, it would seem to me that this is the kind of public service that can and should be rendered. I do not wish to say that this is an exhaustive solution, but it is, in fact, what we have to do to send a clear message that we will not abandon. In biblical language, it would be the least of these, when in fact the powerful exploit them at whim. And so, members of the council, I would hope that we could move forward with this, and beyond this item, expect in committee another activity that will undergird this to make sure that we put teeth in that which we are attempting to do. Madam President.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Madam President. Redlining in this city, many thought was dead, but is unfortunately alive and well. And many people ask sometimes when we deal, I'm sure, with issues like this, why, especially those who have to implement these things. And I've talked with contractors, for instance, who say, why do I have to fill out this one sheet on whether or not my business does any business with Burma? We cannot forget that while this is a pain for some of us to do on the logistical side, that the pain on the human side that this inflicts if we do not do it is much greater. And I rise in full support of this. It's nice again to see Acorn here, regular visitors. Look forward to it. And I think that this is also just a first step because this is a study. And when we look at how the city invests, it is one of the most difficult, vexing questions to look at investment by investment, company by company, the practices. But that is our responsibility as a public enterprise, to do that each and every day. And I think it is very fitting that my neighbor here, Council Member Hernandez, who I will very, very much miss after just 2 weeks, he's been an incredible teacher and mentor to me about the nitty-gritty of the council, and I know he will continue to be that sort of a teacher, as has my neighbor on the right, Mr. Feuer, Councilmember Feuer. I think it's a fitting tribute to your legacy of social justice that we pass this.
All right. There being nobody else, I think we're ready to take a vote. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Let us send that forthwith, even though all it's going to do is get us a report, but let's get the report forthwith. And now the chair recognizes Mr. Pacheco for an announcement, and then we're ready to start the presentations, but don't forget there is a closed session waiting after this.
Madam President, colleagues, I just wanted to make a partially a public service announcement and partially a recognition that on this Sunday, for anyone who wants to join us at the El Sereno Independence Day Parade, it's at 2 o'clock. It is on the corners primarily of Eastern and Huntington Drive. And also for all of you commuting that day, many of us, or many individuals, commute from the east side through San Marino, South Pasadena, down Huntington Drive. Just know on Sunday that it's going to be a little tighter and slower drive. So, but we do invite everyone to join us for our 4th of July parade. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, this is the moment, or at least one of the moments, at which we begin to we resume, having done one this morning, saying farewell and Godspeed to our various colleagues, moving on to other things. And so, to begin with, I'm going to recognize Councilmember Hernandez to make a presentation to our city attorney, who's still city attorney for another couple of days. Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Hahn, you're on over there. Just in case you needed another scroll, Jim, this is it. This is your city attorney hat.
If I could be joined by the current city attorney of the city of Los Angeles, members of the council, it's my honor to not only stand before you right now to recognize the city attorney, but the mayor-elect of the city of Los Angeles. And when you hear the legacy of the Hahn family, there's no question in my mind that that legacy will continue because of his leadership. I'm going to read some of the whereases or of the resolution, and then I'll say a few words of my own. But City Attorney Jim Hahn first joined Los Angeles City Attorney's Office in 1975. He worked as a city prosecutor for 4 years. I don't know how old Mr. Padilla was then, but 1975 was like 26 years ago. At the same time, Jimmy Hahn leaves a distinguished record of service to the people of the city of Los Angeles. And in recognition of his innovative leadership as prosecutor for the city of Los Angeles, Hahn has been awarded the Career Achievement Award by Los Angeles County Bar Association in 1998. A brief listing of his highlights of service include writing a package of new state laws on street terrorism enforcement and prevention, the STEP Act, designed to combat criminal street gangs as a new form of organized crime through the use of state public nuisance laws, leading a statewide effort to file suit against gun manufacturers, accusing the industry of unfair business practice and public nuisance and failing to incorporate safety features in handgun designs to prevent accidental shootings and the unauthorized use of handguns, particularly by children. Combating neighborhood decline by creating a citywide nuisance abatement program, CNAP, the first program of its kind in the nation, which is charged with targeting the worst abandoned structures and nuisance properties. During its first year, CNAP targeted 530 problem locations and carried out 380 successful abatements. Implementing programs to assist children such as Kids Watch LA and litigation against cigarette manufacturers, which led to the end of the Joe Camel ad campaign and eventually a landmark $312 million settlement of the city, for the city, reestablishing also a domestic violence unit and sponsoring over 30 different state bills to enact the toughest domestic violence laws in the nation, and increasing slum housing prosecution resulting in 20,000 substandard housing units being rehabilitated. Here's another one of the whereas. Whereas James Kenneth Hahn was born July 3rd, 1950, to Kenneth and Ramona Hahn, and has been a lifelong resident of Los Angeles. He and his wife, Monica Ann Hahn, Tesson, did I pronounce that right, Jim? Tisson, were married May 19th, 1984. They have a daughter, Karina, and a son, Jackson, and they all reside in San Pedro. Whereas Jim Hahn attended city schools and graduated magna cum laude from Pepperdine University. where he majored in English and minored in journalism. He graduated also from Pepperdine Law School with a Juris Doctorate degree in 1975 and admitted to the California Bar that same year. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and the Council of the City of Los Angeles hereby thank and commend City Attorney James K. Hahn for his lifetime commitment to the city and the people of Los Angeles, for his excellent 16 years record of service as City Attorney, and wish him continued success as he assumes the office of Mayor for the City of Los Angeles. Members, I want to thank you for giving me the honor to present this resolution to Mr. Hahn. Earlier, a reporter asked me about the new council members coming in and if their experience factor would make a difference. And I said they're young, they're educated, but the reality is we have now a deputy mayor who a deputy mayor who is now going to be the city attorney, but a deputy mayor whose expertise was in economic development. And we have a controller who used to be a city council member. But we also have a mayor who used to be the controller and was the city attorney. And there's a wealth of experience there that he'll be able to share with everybody. And I've known only Jim Hahn as the city attorney, but I've also known his work through all the city attorneys. My first chief of staff, Tom Gregel, works for the city attorney's office. You need to know that when we're dealing in my district, one of the first times Jimmy Hahn was there, we were talking about the gang issues in Rampart. And I think that one of the issues that bothered him the most was when those gang injunctions were overthrown by the courts, because he was committed to doing something there. I know when the Slumlord Task Force initiated its review of slumlord buildings and started working on nuisance abatement, it also happened in the Rampart area. And clearly he was concerned about the residents of that community. You need to also know that Jimmy Hahn has been working on the issues of the family, and I think this resolution states that. His staff is what made, I think, the Community Economic Development Committee function, because many of the complexities of the living wage ordinance were reviewed by his staff. He had a caring staff, and there's no question in my mind that people like Peter Echeverria will be lifelong friends because they worked for Jimmy Hahn. So again, if you don't mind, we already gave the mayor a resolution. If you don't mind me calling you Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for your service to the city of Los Angeles. He says to call him what I want just to call him. He doesn't know I'm going to follow through on that. But Mr. Mayor, thank you for the service to Los Angeles. And knowing the residents of Los Angeles, they're going to expect more. And knowing Jimmy Hahn, I know you're going to give it to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, Councilman.
Do you have any parting words for us in your city attorney hat?
Well, I don't know what
Okay,
good it
go
does
on.
to give advice this late in the day on a Friday at the end of the week. I do want to say how much I have enjoyed being the city's lawyer. That's also meant that I was the lawyer for the city council, each of you individually as well as collectively. The opportunity to serve as city attorney was something I'd wanted to do my whole life. I have now done that. It's time for me to move on, but I have to say it's been a richly rewarding experience for me. And one of the great things about being city attorney for this council is that you were a very activist council, and you were people who came up with ideas. You pushed the edge of the envelope. You battled against gun industry, the tobacco industry, the alcohol industry. There was no battle that you didn't want to join on behalf of the people of the city of Los Angeles. And I enjoyed being a warrior for you in those fights. I've enjoyed that battle. I look forward to working with all of you in the future in my job as mayor. It's been a great run for 16 years. I've enjoyed it. But most importantly, as I said last night, there was a going away party for me thrown by the city attorney's office. I was very lucky to work with a tremendous group of individuals in the city attorney's office who I think are the best lawyers that you're going to find anywhere. And I think that their integrity and their professionalism and their dedication to excellence has been good for the city, and it's been great for me, and I have appreciated very much having that opportunity. Thank you very much for this scroll. The only advice I would give to all of you of the City Council is keep doing what you're doing. As I said yesterday when we were rededicating the chamber and in memory of John Ferraro, this place really is a shrine to democracy. And all of you who have taken that oath, I think, are inspired again to be in these council chambers. I know you were remembering that inspiration as you were across the street in my building in City Hall East for the past few years. But it is an awesome responsibility to be elected by the people, to serve the people, to represent the people, and that all of us remember that, to be humbled by that, to be awed by that, and to understand that that is a heavy burden on our shoulders, but it's also in many ways the wind beneath your wings to do what you believe is right. Keep doing what you believe is right. Thank you.
Okay, now that we've finished letting you speak, now Mr. Holden wants to be heard. Did you want to be heard? It says Holden up here. I was hoping that everybody would do that before we let Jim make his speech, but
so too.
that's the way it goes. Mr. Holden?
What was the statement you made?
I was hoping that everybody else who wanted to talk would do so before Jim made his speech.
Oh, I was hoping so too. The fact of the matter is that Jim Hahn has lived such a life in and out of politics. And we know that politics is a tough game, and people swing at you from the right, they swing at you from the left, they try to knock you down and step on you. But in the 24 years that Jim Hahn has been a public servant for the city of Los Angeles, they've been able to lay a glove on him. He's learned his job well from the very beginning. For those who are young and starting their political career, what they ought to do is study Jim Hahn and try and be like he is. You'll go a long ways. Jim Hahn learned to be a public servant on his daddy's knee with his mother Ramona standing next to him. He's broken more grounds, including the Dodger Stadium, and opened up more swimming pools and parks for our children, and the list goes on. There's not one person around who have not heard of Hahn. Gordon was the council person. Supervisor Kenneth Hahn was a council person. Janice Hahn, Jim Hahn, we know his career. The Hahn family has dedicated their entire life to public service and serving the people of the city and the county of Los Angeles, state and the nation in more ways than one. We're very proud of you, Jimmy. We know you've done a great job in the position you've held before, and you do your service well as the mayor of the city of Los Angeles. I like that. Thank you.
Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Madam President. Somebody asked earlier where was I in 1975 when Jim Hahn first joined the city attorney's office. You really want to know the answer? But it's really been a pleasure and honor, Jim, working with you for the last 2 years, because you've been serving as my controller since I grew up in the city of Los Angeles, and you served as my city attorney. And for the last 2 years as colleagues, since I've been on the city council and you in the city attorney's office, much was made of the mayoral election, and much was made of some of us who supported you in that. And while in some regards it was a very difficult decision to make, if you look at it from certain political perspectives, I felt more than confident in basing the decision on the track record and the work experience that you and I had. And so I just want to say thank you, not a farewell, but a thank you for the relationship that we built when you were in the city attorney's office. It wasn't just supporting the great ideas that you brought to the council and to the city, but to work hand in hand with some of those gang injunctions that other members have spoken about. It was working hand in hand to bring the tobacco enforcement project that you envisioned through this council, and this council actually even added to that vision. And That's why it was with great pride that we decided to support you, and that is why with great pride we look forward to working with you now as our mayor. Congratulations.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Jim, you can sit down now. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your hard work. We look forward to working you even harder. Okay. And for our next presentation, I call on our soon-to-be controller, Councilwoman Chick, for a presentation to our soon-to-be not controller, Mr. Tuttle. Members of the council, could I ask you to go back to our normal format for retirement presentations, that if you want to be heard, we're, of course, going to give you the opportunity, but to do it before the retiree makes a speech?
Such a weird thing. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Madam President. With very mixed feelings, I stand here next to Mr. Tuttle to honor him. Mixed feelings because I'm sorry he's leaving, but I'm glad he's leaving, I guess. I'm not glad he's leaving. I'm excited about being the next controller, but I've got big shoes to fill. And I'd like to read some of the highlights from the reso, make a few comments, and then turn the microphone over to our outgoing city controller. But many of you probably know some of these things already. City Controller Rick Tuttle applied a common sense standard to the review of claims. He initiated many new programs, including a limit on cost overruns of city contracts, a civil rights ordinance that bans the city's exclusive business clubs from discriminating against individuals because of ancestry, religion, gender, and race. Rick put a program in place to enforce city business tax requirements that's now generating over $2 million. The ways in which our city controller has found money to stretch and dollars that we're hiding are too numerable to mention here today. Rick spent his entire life in public and community service. Prior to becoming controller in 1985, Rick served as a member of the Los Angeles Community College Board of Trustees for 8 years and was its president from 1982 to 1983. He's a recipient of many awards: the Equal Justice in Government Award from the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, the Distinguished Public Service Award presented by Pacific Southwest Region of the Anti-Defamation League, and a Lifetime Membership Award from the Los Angeles Business Council in recognition of his many services to community. I hope you all know, whatever your position was on charter reform, that some of the best pieces of our new charter are thanks to Controller Tuttle and some of his staff. He fought hard to put protections in for checks and balances, but also to change the office of City Controller in ways that Rick, more than anyone else, knew needed to be changed, and he brought significant new powers and responsibilities to that office that will benefit everyone in this city. And finally, I want to point out what all of us know. This man is a lovable man. He's a man of courage, integrity, principles, perseverance, and also, maybe most of all, of deep caring that pervades everything he does. We are going to miss him very much in his role as city controller, and I probably know that more than anyone. And I think many of us are waiting with anticipation and eagerness, Rick, to hear what you're going to do next, besides being a professor at your beloved UCLA, and mine too. That I hope, I know you're going to find ways to continue to serve the citizens of this city, the residents, the workers, and us. But I hope you come back to the city in a reincarnated, new elected form soon. And in the meantime, from all of your colleagues and admirers here in the council and the mayor and the city attorney, a resolution that can't possibly represent the 16 years of service you've given us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura.
And you need to move that up. Well, hold on. This time they got it right. Mr. Hernandez wants to be heard.
Members of the council, I'm probably one of the few members on this council who believes term limits is good for the city of Los Angeles. And I can honestly say that because I think that it creates a different kind of energy and vitality, except I'm not willing to say that when it comes to Rick Tuttle. You know, Rick has been one of these elected officials who's been able to cross many boundaries. One of them being in particular for his concern and his ability to show his caring for many communities, and mine's been one of them. Not only in the process of serving the people, but also in the process of participating in their politics. I consider Rick Tuttle a friend, and he's someone who I hope to continue being a friend with. And I don't know what else to say except that I admire him, I respect him, and it's been my pleasure to be on this council while he was still controller. But thank you very much, Rick.
Thank you.
Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try to keep it brief, but I had to say something because Rick and I have had a good relationship, not just being on the city council. I'm going to put that aside for today. I appreciate your support, Rick. You were there for me in my first campaign. And as you, probably more than anybody over the course of the last 2 years, have shown me, it's important not just to be a good council member. It's not just important to be a good elected official. And it's not just important to be a good leader. It's important to be a good person. And I think what strikes most people the most about you, Rick, are the simple, down-to-earth things like making sure we're home with our families on Fridays for dinner. No matter what, the president can be in town, but our families come first. And things like when you decide to support somebody for office, it's not just lending your name. It's doing some of the work, whether it's making the phone calls or putting up door hangers in the rain. You were there for me, Rick, and I appreciate that. And all your advice about balancing the pressures and the rigmarole of this job and the responsibilities that come with it, with what we owe to ourselves and to our families and to each other as fellow human beings. I want to thank you for that because when the times get tough, as a new member coming into this place, it sometimes happens. It's the words of wisdom and the comforting advice and shoulder of people like you who get us through. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Madam President, members of the council, I think it's reasonable to say that among Mr. Tuttle's rather unique set of characteristics and skills, let us say attributes, might be the following. Obviously very, very capable and intellectually endowed. And in that regard, Rick Tuttle is perhaps the only person that I can think of right now who makes the pedantic seem okay. I think everyone's with me on that. Rick can wax and engage in that which is esoteric and keep us all just happy about it. And everybody's connected. So for that and that alone, Mr. Brunson, Mr. Tuttle deserves high honors in the annals of Los Angeles history, and clearly in the memory and hearts of those who have respect and regard for decent and committed public servants. Rick Tuttle.
Sit tight, we got a few more. Mr. Holden.
Rick, I've known for a number of years, I won't say many years, but it's been many years. You'll start guessing how old we are. Fact of the matter is that Rick was a young YD. Jim Hahn was not the only person who dedicated his life to public service, but he did it as a volunteer. And then, of course, He's been elected to serve us on the Junior College Board of Trustees and 16 years in the Controller's Office. Very close to some friends of mine, Gertrude and Saul Ryder. It was like your second parents. And that doesn't mean that we have to leave you.
All right, so what is that telling us?
Here we go again, Nate Holden alarming us.
It's not his 3 minutes yet. He hasn't had his whole 3 minutes yet.
My 3 minutes are not up.
Okay,
2.4.
all right.
But I just want you to know, Rick, that the people of the community should know you for the person that you are. And they do know you to be a public servant, but you're a good person as well. I know that when I talked about Ferrara yesterday and my back being protected, you didn't just put your name on my campaign literature and say you wanted me reelected. You got out there in those precincts and you walked and you knocked on doors. And even though I got tired from time to time, you dragged me from one door to the next. My staff and my friends and supporters never forgot that. So Rick Tuttle came each week, and he walked, and he talked, and he helped. We'll never forget you, Rick, for what you've done for us. Thank you very much for your friendship.
And next, Mr. Deaton.
I'm not elected official, obviously, but
Well, let's run the 3-minute clock on him anyway.
Yeah. Now, I just think it's, Rick and I have had a very special relationship, but I think from a city perspective, what may not be known as much as to a lot of people is walking the halls of Sacramento in some very difficult times, especially during during the budget process for a couple of years in which the city was in great jeopardy on money. And I especially remember a piece of legislation on liquor stores that was very detrimental to what we wanted to do, and he made great friends with the speaker at the time over the subject, and it was a wonderful experience. And truly, excepting for John Ferraro, I know of no one that knows more people than Rick Tuttle. And Rick is willing to talk to the speaker the same way he talks to the janitor. He has an equality about him that is quite unusual. And I'd also like to point out that my great-uncle, my great-great-uncle, was a Methodist minister in Arkansas. And Rick's great-grandfather was a Methodist minister in Arkansas, and they also attended the same, in the turn of the century, attended the same conferences in Arkansas on Methodism, and he has actually a book that has pictures of both of them attending the same conferences, and so we have a kind of a special Arkansas Southern relationship. So anyway, it's been a pleasure working with you these times, and thank you.
And now it's my turn. I got to get in a little bit.
What a fellowship, what a joy divine.
Don't you think it's a wonderful commentary on this country that, having just heard that story about your great-great-grandfathers, that the two of you would wind up together at the other side of the country serving in the same city government? I have to say, my first real memory of Rick Tuttle is sitting one evening stuffing potholders in some Berman Waxman campaign and hearing the stories of the civil rights movement, and when you lived in New Haven versus when I lived in New Haven, but we stuffed a lot of potholders that night. Ron's mention of the legislation reminds me of another thing that I don't know that many of you know that Rick was involved in, but when we were first looking at the city charter to take note of the fact that our city charter mirrored a federal law that said that the city could not benefit from any money that the airport, our very own city airport, might earn. I brought in an amendment, a proposal to put on the ballot, a charter amendment to take that out of the charter so that we could at least talk to the federal government about it. And Mr. Tuttle was the only person in City Hall who really got behind this until Mr. Hernandez also got in on it. And I believe the three of us were the only people, plus some of the unions who helped contribute money to it, who ever really worked on that issue. We did win. We were opposed by the airlines, the business community, and a whole bunch of other people. We didn't win by much, but we came out the right side on the line. And it would not have happened without Rick Tuttle raising the money and helping to put that campaign together. And Nobody will ever know about that except you, me, and Hernandez, and anybody who hears it today, but it was a really important thing, and I want to thank you again for your help on that. And now I believe it's your turn.
Well, thank you very much, and let me begin by saying that the city is indeed fortunate to have, in the person of Council Member Laura Chick, someone who's going to be a terrific Los Angeles City Controller. And we're just very blessed. And we're all very well aware of her qualities as a member of the council, her collegiality, her effectiveness, and where I come down to in the bottom line, and Laura won in spite of the burden of my support to manage to come to victory, is to possess an independence of spirit, to be aware of all the realities. I mean, people, you wouldn't, after all, one runs for this office, you don't get appointed to it through some process. So to be aware of all the realities, but to have the independence of spirit to, when it's necessary, to stand up and to either support the staff or to initiate projects which the staff then develops, where almost all the time one is in conflict with one power center or another in the city. That's what we're paid to do, besides the important ministerial duties. And Laura Chick is going to do a terrific job. I want to echo something Mr. Hahn said a little while ago. He alluded to his staff. There are some wonderful people on the city controller staff. This is a terrific staff. I owe a debt to Jim Hahn, to Ira Reiner, to Mr. Navarro, Mr. Charles Navarro, and those who came before, because when I came in, this is an this is an office dedicated to an honest count of the city's money. There's that tradition and a dedication to give an honest count. Oh, we'll make mistakes sometimes, then you correct them. But it's dedicated not to bending the numbers, but giving an honest count. And also I want to particularly note Mr. George Bertram, who is the Chief Deputy Controller, and then Mr. Tony Miera, who served with such distinction for the end of Mr. Navarro, all of Mr. Reiner, Mr. Hahn, and most of my term, Mr. Tim Lynch, the Chief Deputy Controller, the job they did. And on the audit side, Mr. Jim Armstrong. In the administrative deputy position, Barbara Freeman, who went on to the state legislature and served with great distinction for 6 years, Louisa Lund, who's seated over here, terrific. And then the two ranking civil servants in the office, Irene Lim, who was appointed by Mr. Hahn's term, and Shirley Tan, the principal, the principal deputy controller. And I think I mentioned Mr. Armstrong on the audit side. They're wonderful, wonderful people. I was not here yesterday. I want to acknowledge for a moment, I was holding the thought for you yesterday in the memory of the great John Ferraro. I was elsewhere. I was holding the thought for John, holding the thought with you from a distance. Also, there seems something very appropriate for me to welcome Mr. Eric Garcetti as the newest and youngest member here. Eric, congratulations to you. There's something symmetrical about me doing this right now, so I'm doing it. I'll leave it to others to figure that out. And let me add that from 2 to 5 today, we're having a very informal, this is cinema verite, a very informal reception in our office. Boxes all over the place. The pictures are off the wall. Please come and join us. Those within hearing distance who feel they have some relation, to say goodbye to me, to Mrs. Jerry Cochran, who's going to be retiring, who many of us know, Mr. Lynch, who will be doing other things within the city, and Ms. Louisa Lund, who's graced us with her presence for the last couple of years in the city. But come over and say goodbye, and to us will be there from 2 to 5, and for those of you who are acquainted with Muff Singer, she will be there. My wife will be there, and look forward to having you present as well. There's something about form and I'll close with this. There's something about form and content which suggests that what I'm about to say somehow fits with the nature of the duties. But before I say it, let me add one other thing that was in my notes. There are two wonderful people in the CAO's office, Mr. Keith Comrie, with whom we had many dealings, important dealings, Mr. Bill Fujioka, both of whom gave honorable service, and then, of course, the great Ron Deaton, who is such a tremendous asset to this city and our personal friendship, our relationship both here and in Sacramento and Washington and on and on. It's been tremendous.
Thank you, Mr. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the inimitable Rick Tuttle. Mr. Tuttle, we have one parting request of you. Will you join us for lunch? Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Mr. Fior.
Oh, Mr. President, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
It is my privilege to ask the right-hand person to Rick Tuttle, Tim Lynch, to please step forward.
Mr. Lynch.
All of us know Tim Lynch. Mr. Tuttle has done a marvelous job as controller, and Rick is the public face of the controller's office. But within the controller's office, Tim Lynch is known for being a go-to guy who's accomplished so much since he joined the controller's office in 1991. From helping to find ways to cut through red tape and organize public outreach after the Northridge earthquake, to identifying a number of measures to cut costs and identify new revenue for the city of Los Angeles, to Tim's service on the Prop BB Oversight Committee. In fact, he rose to become the vice chair of that committee, and his oversight over the construction of schools has proved to be a very important component, not only in the city of Los Angeles from the standpoint of our jurisdiction, but for all residents in the city of Los Angeles. Tim was extremely active as the appointee of Mr. Tuttle on the Charter Commission efforts. And he was, I think, known for his very many meaningful contributions as an insider in City Hall to helping make charter reform as effective as it could be. He, of course, recently has been serving as the Chief Deputy Controller, during which he oversaw the preparation of 2 city budgets and created a new organizational structure in the office. All these things may seem like measures that the public isn't going to get the chance to actually see visibly the efforts of Tim Lynch very much, and it's true, but that's not the point. Tim knows that his job in city government has been to get things done. The credit may go to others, but Tim Lynch deserves our recognition this afternoon for a career in city government and a career in the controller's office that few will have an opportunity to match. And Tim, it's a pleasure on behalf of the City of Los Angeles and all of us here on the City Council to be able to present this resolution to you for a distinguished 10 years in the Controller's Office, and much good luck and success in the future.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Chick.
Yes, I just wanted to add a few words to those already well said by my colleague, and maybe to echo that particular thought about courage, integrity, and how it's not easy to take on offices, institutions, departments that are resisting change, and that the work that you've done the last 10 years and at the side of Rick Tuttle has brought a lot of the positive changes that we're all benefiting from, often not only without thanks, but with grumblings from the entities that you helped bring towards the change that was needed. So I want to especially thank you, and to thank you for the role modeling that I plan to continue in that office. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lynch.
Make it real quick. I want to thank Councilman Fuhr, who I hope has a career in public service. I have to thank Rick because he empowered me. And Rick, at every step, encouraged me to fulfill my potential. And I am really pleased that the city is in a place where I think we will be able to fend off the critics that think that this city should break apart. And I think that's what the new charter brings us. And I'm delighted to have been part of that. And I think that that's going to be the big challenge for the first 10 years of this century. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Members of the council, I need to call to your attention while we proceed, and as the president of the council comes to make several rather important presentations, that there are several items to which we need to attend after these presentations. Therefore, your attention, attendance will be required. Madam President.
Thank you. We're now at the part of this day of farewells where we say goodbye to our own colleagues. And I forgot to bring the Kleenex with me, but I have the dubious honor of being the person to provide the send-off for several people. And I'd like to start with, we're going to do this in Council District order, with Mike Hernandez, Council District 1. Not bad, huh? We may both get a little weepy over this. We did one of these the other day, and we did, actually. I want to say that having Mike Hernandez on this council has been a real treat, and one that I think is going to be hard for anybody else to replicate. Mike started out with a lot of energy. He's done tremendous things in his district, and far beyond what he's done in the district, I think he's made some terrific contributions to the city as a whole. He brings to us this is not what it says in the resolution. The resolution is a whole recitation of his whole history, but what I really want to say is that I think that Mike has brought an awareness and an articulation to council debate about the importance of recognizing what a varied city we are, and how one district is not exactly like another district. And the problems that exist, we have the same problems in every district, but they come up seeming a little different. We have a housing shortage in my district, but it's a different kind of housing shortage. It affects people differently from the housing shortage in your district, from the housing shortage in everybody else's district. We have enormous needs in the inner city that some of us who represent the more far-flung districts are not always as aware of as we should be, except that Mike makes sure that we learn about them, and he has done that over and over again. He has spent an enormous amount of time beyond the call of the required city meetings, attending the League of Cities, learning from that experience, attending SCAG, where he has been a very vocal and forceful voice on our behalf. He's spent an enormous amount of time dealing with his own situation and using that as a way to reach out to people all over the city who need help. And I have to say that, and also he's really a nice guy, you know, which is always a nice thing to have. But I think it's important to remember, and I hope everybody appreciated the warmth and enthusiasm of that standing ovation, because there was a time when, as Mike wrestled with his personal problems, people were not always as respectful of his strength of character as we have all come to be. And I want to say, because it annoyed me a lot to watch people picking at his liver, I want to say that it pleases me personally enormously to see Mike get the recognition that he deserves. During the whole time that he was having desperate personal problems, he never stole anything from the city, he never sold a vote, he never abused his position. That is an incredible feat of strength. I have known other people to go through problems like that. It is just really incredible. And he came through all those problems. He's used what he learned from that experience to help other people with the same problems, and he's clearly going to continue to do that. We are so lucky to have had him here. And Mike, I know you keep saying you're not going to miss us because you're not going anywhere, but I am really going to miss having you in the council chamber. And it is my honor, although it's kind of sad, to present you with this signed by all of us and to wish you the best of everything.
Mr. Hernandez, several of your colleagues wish to be heard. We begin with Ms. Zakowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mike, that you are standing here today is a tribute to the strength of your character, a strength of who you are, and a tribute, I think, not only to you and who you are, but who and how you care for your district. You had to care first for yourself, and that's something that I think you just you learned during this process, but that you learned it in the glare of media attention, a public eye that very, very few of us could withstand, and that you did it not only in terms of yourself, but in terms of your district, is, I think, as we are honoring people here today and honoring important people who've been important parts of this city, in my mind, you are the one who has earned it the most and are the one who I admire the most. I respect you. I respect what you've done, again, not only for what you did for yourself, but what you did constantly throughout for your district. And you often remind us around the horseshoe how glad you were to get a seat on the Planning and Land Use Management Committee. And I want to tell you how glad I am that you got a seat on the Planning and Land Use Management Committee, because you did bring a perspective there that was useful, that had not often been heard, and I think helped bring balance and make our decisions better. I know you tell us that we shouldn't say we're going to miss you because you're going to be here, and you're going to be here as often on that side of the room, but I am going to miss you as a colleague. Thank you.
Mr. Bernstein.
Mike, I think that during the years, you brought something to this council and to me personally that we have benefited from. You know, sometimes we don't understand other things. We don't understand things we're not exposed to. But Mike brought a perspective and brought to light issues that some of us never thought about before. And as a consequence, we learned from you, Mike. I hope you're listening to this because I'm praising you. No, we really, you came here and you became a teacher to us also. And the perspective that you gave to some of us, you taught us about character. You taught us about caring about people that maybe nobody else cares about or hadn't given consideration to. You showed us the courage and the strength that you have. And I really am going to miss you because you've become a very good friend as well as a colleague. I don't know about the handicapping, but, you know, as far as the Planning Committee is concerned, I think Ms. Miskowski mentioned you brought a perspective that we really needed and I think was demonstrated today in your motion on economic interest and what the economic impact might be of the things that we do. But I will say this, in all the years that I've served on this council, and I've served on the Planning Committee, I think, for virtually all those years, I think this is the best Planning Committee we've ever had in all those years. The best perspective, the best well-rounded, coming from all different angles and all different things that need to be considered. So I know I'm going to continue to see you, so I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm just going to say so long, and I know until we meet again. And I know you're going to be around because you've got too much to offer this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Pacheco, followed by Mr. Savornich, Ms. Chick, Mr. Padilla, and Mr. Fuhr, in that order. Sir.
Mr. President, colleagues, I just wanted to personally thank Mike for being such a good mentor. Mike and I go back to 1990. When Mike was the campaign director and I was on staff where the general election campaign for then Javier Becerra running for assembly. And Mike and I have always had an interesting relationship in that we are always challenging each other and always challenging that whole pupil-teacher dynamic. And if you know Mike, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I really appreciate the fact that when I got here, he continued to work with me and continued to show me how to maximize the opportunities that the city offers for our districts. And of course, like everyone else, I am not saying goodbye because Mike is going to be teaching at Occidental College, which is in the 14th Council District, his old college. So I know I will be working closely with Mike on many projects, but I did want to personally tell you thank you so much for being a good mentor.
We have several to go. Mr. Savornich, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I rise to tell you, Mike, how proud I am of you and how honored I am to have been your friend and your colleague. I remember when I first got into office, you took me to that wonderful restaurant in your district and taught me about the block grant and how to get things done through the committee process, and I will be forever grateful for that. It's because of you allowing me to grow into this job that we were able to do a lot of good things in our district, and I wanted to publicly stand here and thank you for it. Your family, to them, I wish them the best also, because you truly have been one of the gentlemen among the horseshoe here. You stood with us when things were tough, even though some of us didn't stand with you when we should have. I want to commend you and thank you, because today you stand tall among everyone here, and I look forward for us going back and catching another lunch at that restaurant real soon. You're a good friend. We appreciate it. We love you.
Mrs. Chick.
I am not saying goodbye. I'm not going to say I will miss you, because I know you're still going to be very much a part of the thick of things. I'm not going to repeat what's been said already, and you and I know the relationship that we have grown and the friendship and the hard times that we went through in a very unusual way. But it's made the relationship stronger, and I want to thank you for that. I think one of the things I'm going to remember the most about my 8 years here with you, Mike, is that expression. What you need to understand, colleagues, is, and the fact is that, as Hal said, you helped us understand a whole lot. I think single-handedly, you should count yourself responsible for bringing a greater understanding and a rapprochement, I still speak better French than Spanish, obviously, between people who didn't know very much about each other. You educated me, and I started out knowing a decent amount. You brought things into council, songs, music, ideas, and a lot of statements. And some of the things I'll never forget is about density and wanting to help change some of the balance of things in the city. I'm going to enjoy continuing to know you and work with you and to count you as a friend. And the city is suffering a loss having you go off the council, Mike. Thank you.
Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Mike. Thank you for also having been a mentor to me. Thank you for taking care of my tia, who lives in your district, there in Highland Park. And thank you for having shown us the strength and fortitude of your character. People have mentioned the challenges that you had in the last couple of years, and any human being who would be challenged with that could easily have given up hope and just given up. Some human beings might have been strong enough to have bounced back from that, but then hidden it, wanted to put it behind us and ignore it and pretend it never happened. But I think you showed the strength of all strengths in not only recovering from those challenges, but to turn it into a positive, to help increase the awareness and the understanding of the people around the horseshoe of what some of those challenges are, and to help be a role model, because you weren't the only one with that challenge. There's hundreds and thousands of people that we probably come across each and every day that face the temptations of substance abuse. And they need role models too. Not everybody goes down the straight path in life. We need the role models of people who have maybe fallen off the horse once, but know what it takes to get back on the horse and to come back to not only be a respectable member of society, but to be a leader in our society. And you, Mr. Hernandez, have shown what very few people in the world could possibly show. And we thank you for bringing that to the dynamics and to the relationships of this council as a body. I want to thank you for the advice you've given to me, the advice of working here on the council, whether it was items going through CED and the little tests and roadblocks you put for me along the way to make me learn. I want to thank you for the advice that sometimes came with a little struggle with you, because you told me on more than one occasion, I'm going to fight you every step of the way, but when you succeed, I'm going to be very proud of you. And I thank you for the advice you gave to me personally about working with others and bringing people together. And I remember the little string you showed me on your desk and the wisdom that was imparted upon you by Congressman Roy Ball and that you shared with me, that it's easier, you control the string by pulling it towards you, not pushing it away. And that's the way it is with people as well. And I want to thank you for also teaching me about thinking globally. It's not only what we do that matters, but to know that what we do makes a difference beyond just our district or just our immediate constituency. That what we do is also in part taken into context by who we are and what areas we represent. And so for that, and everything you have shared with me, and I'm sure everybody around the Horseshoe, Mike, thank you. This isn't a goodbye. It's a see you later.
Mr. Fuhrer, followed by Mr. Holden.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, yesterday, Mr. Padilla referred to the saying that's inscribed on the wall as we walk in. It says, I think law is reason without passion. And it was an understandable thing to cite. I happen to disagree with it. I think that, if anything, on the council, Mike, you've stood for just the opposite. Law isn't reason without passion. To be well-informed, law needs to take into account the kind of passion and intensity that you've brought to advocating the needs of your constituents and the needs of people who haven't always had a voice here. I think that that passion actually invests law with a richness and a texture that gives it real meaning in people's lives and doesn't just skate over the surface of those lives. That, to me, is, I think, the most meaningful contribution in the memory that I will have of your service here, is making sure that the council is not dispassionate in its decision-making, but takes into account the needs, the feelings, the everydayness that people live through in every moment of their lives. I want to wish you a great deal of continued success as you embark on a career transmitting not only your knowledge, but that passion to your students at Oxy. Good luck.
Mr. Holden.
They're all here today, Mike. They're all here. Reminds me of a statement made to me by a guy named Kenny Hahn, who was a city councilman at the time. There was a guy named Harry Truman, who was running for re-election against a guy named Dewey. And Dewey certainly was going to win. And so one council person representing the city of Los Angeles was selected to go meet Truman at the train, where they expected a rally. There was no rally, Mr. Hernandez. One person showed up, Kenny Hahn at the back of the train, shaking Truman's hand. The rest is history. He went on to become president and re-elected. And they're at the Biltmore Hotel, and everybody was crowding in, trying to touch the president. And way in the back, he saw Kenny Hahn at the front door, couldn't get in. He stopped his speech, and he waved at Kenny. He says, Kenny, he says, they're all here today, kid. They're all here today. And that's what you've shown them how to do. Stand tall in spite of adversity. I know when you talked about the have and the have-nots and what you've done for your community, you've done a lot. That's why you're still here. But I want to say this. You and I didn't get along all the time that I was here, and the members don't know that. We almost walked out the street one day. He would hit me on one side, and Mark Willie Thomas hit me on the other side, and they were like a team. Hit me high and they hit me low. But you know what? When he called me and said, I want to talk to you, that I got a little problem. I thought we were going to cry together, but the thing that upset me afterwards, I was the only one crying. Because I had so much feeling, so much compassion, I know how much he was hurting. And then I know that he was not getting the kind of help that we should give to our colleagues. When one falls, you don't walk on them. You extend your hand, you raise them up, and you support them. And I know that's what he needed. And the thing that made me feel good about that, he said one day, he says, Nate, you saved my life. You saved my life. And you know, you saved a lot of people's lives by showing by example that you have the resilience and you can bounce back. Well, I know we've been saying that over and over again today, but you're a shining light and an example for what can be done for people who are similarly situated. And you should take a speaking tour. We need Mike Hernandez nationwide now more than ever speaking to the issue. You've taught all of us things I thought I knew from experiences and associations, but I've learned from you. And I hope my colleagues, those who are here and that are not, can learn and remember it's always better to help than it is to hurt. Not just your constituents, but your colleagues as well, especially when they need it. Thank you very much, Mike, for knowing you and working with you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be brief, like my tenure with you, Mike. And I've already mentioned today my thanks to you as your neighbor here, and I look forward to you continuing to be that neighbor, whether you're physically sitting next to me or not. And I also rise not as a council member from the 13th District, but as a resident of the 13th District, to thank you on behalf of all the residents of the 13th District at a time when we didn't have representation, for you taking care of many of the things within the district, which shows how global your own mind is within this city, that you are willing to not only look out for your own district, but a second one as well, and to support us in looking for representation. And I wanted to thank you on behalf of the 13th District. And lastly, maybe as the transitional speaker, as a council member and still a member of the Oxy faculty, I'd like to welcome you to Occidental College as well. And if what Henry Kissinger said about campus politics, that they're so vicious precisely because there's so little at stake, if I can be of help to you about those politics, don't hesitate to call on me. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Deaton wishes to have a few words, sir.
Mike, I'd like to say, in my 36 years, lots of people have come and gone. Very few people have left a legacy like yours for the children of this city, whether it's the 1st District or all 15. Prop K, which was your idea, has given us 5 years of a lot of resources and 25 more, well beyond your tenure in this office, for the citizens and the children of this city. I can think of no one who's had a greater impact. And thank you on their behalf.
Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Honorable Michael Hernandez.
You guys are going to make me go out and have a drink.
Wait a minute now.
One of the steps that I participated in the program basically has taught us to ask our God to humbly help us with our shortcomings. And you get gifts. And one of the gifts I've had is the ability to cry. I'd say over the last 2 weeks, my wife saw Shrek, Pearl Harbor, and The Animal, and I cried at all 3 movies. And that's part of the gift of my sobriety. I just want you to know that. The fact that I'm sober allows me to cry. And for some reason, I was one of those kids who didn't get to cry. But I came into these council chambers, I think, scared and angry. Mr. Holden might not understand this, but not only was I going to step outside with you, but I was going to step outside with Zev. I was going to step outside with Mark Ridley Thomas a couple of times.
I think
Ethan
we
and I
did
might have
step
gone at it
outside.
for a while. And I was angry. And nowadays, usually when I'm walking down the street, people look at me, and before they finish their thought as to who I am, I tell them I'm Fernando Valenzuela. And I tend to do that because everybody knows about my arrest in 1997. And what happened when I talk to people in my program of sobriety, I share with them that as a public official, that was an intervention. I didn't know anything about recovery, and those police officers saved my life. And it allowed me to deal with my life in a way that I've never dealt with it before. And I had a lot of support. I want to recognize a special individual who's here because he was there for me, and that's Richard Gutierrez. Now, you guys know what I think about attorneys, but he's an attorney. And he was there for me at a time when I needed someone with some compassion. And he's my attorney. I also need you to know that when I started crying, my wife came up and my daughter. And it's because I think part of it was my wife told my counselor when I was in the hospital, because my counselor was trying to figure out why she stayed with me, and she said she took her vows. And her vows said she would stay with me for the good or for the bad. And she just got stuck with the bad. And now I'm trying to be the good. See, those are gifts. My relationship with you has been a gift. My constituencies have been a gift. You see, my constituents stood by me. And I kept on trying to explain to the media that nobody was complaining about how I was doing my job when I was out there using drugs and doing alcohol, because nobody knew. And I should have the right to do my job now that I'm sober. And I wanted to see what kind of a job I did. Now, I say that because I have a tremendous staff, and I'd like them all to stand. Like any other staff, we're dysfunctional. But what we have in common is that we cared about our district, and we cared about the city. And it's because of that compassion, I think, that we did so much, and I want to thank each and every one of them for that. I'm just going to share a few secrets with you, and then I'm going to share with you what I plan to do in my future. But first, one of the secrets I need to share with you is that every time Mark and I fought, and we had some vicious battles, particularly when it came to LA bridges, what ended up happening is twice the resources. I think we scared the rest of you into giving us more money. And that's why Bridges is 26 schools and not 14. And so that was healthy for those communities, the fact that we wanted more resources. I need to share with you that I found out that silence was golden. It's when people weren't paying attention that some of the important things really happened in my district. Because my district now is going to have 4 additional libraries. Some of you got upset when you found out I was using 65% of all the housing money. But I was glad you didn't know, Mark, you had to tell everybody. The reality is we have more parkland than we ever had before. There are times when you don't have to talk about those things. And so usually I debated a lot of issues to kind of bring awareness, but the most important thing is that I think my district all of a sudden evolved into more of a voice. It's like everybody knows about Pico Union now, and nobody knew about Pico Union before I was here. And my constituents continue to challenge me. So it's important to give your constituents a voice. And that's why I didn't call a lot of press conferences, because I allowed them to hold press conferences and I showed up to support them. I think the Latino community is basically evolving in the city of Los Angeles, and it hasn't received its proper representation. I say that very clearly because we happen to be the majority of the city, and people don't look at us that way. Mayor-elect Hahn has an opportunity that he never had before. I kept on saying when he was running for mayor, the reality was in my district, people found it easier to pronounce Villaraigosa than they did Hahn. And I'm hoping that through his leadership, they'll be able to pronounce the name Hahn. Because that could be his legacy, giving that community greater representation in all the commissions and all the potentials for the city, because it's letting people participate in a process that makes a tremendous difference. Now, my plans for the future simply is, my wife and I bought a car the other day, and I got to gas it myself. I have to have insurance. I don't get to park in red anymore. And the reality is it's a PT Cruiser because we want to slow down. And we want to be able to enjoy the streets of Los Angeles. Part of what I plan to do is spend more time with my best friend, who is my wife, and with the most important things in my life, which are my children. And this job, for me, when I first came in, took up all my life. And I had to learn to separate. So I come to work and do my job, and then I go home and we become Laker fans. But she's my best friend. And I've been blessed because my kids have dinner with us each and every day. So I want to teach, and I'll continue to do that. I want to end up doing some housing on transit corridors, and I'm trying to figure out how to get there. I want to have 10 years with the city so that I could have the benefit of some pension programs at work. And the reality is I think that you should look at that issue, because many of you will have 8 years with the city. Some of you will have more than 8 years, but if you don't have 10, it makes a big difference. Before I got here, I had no idea what was going to happen to my life. What you need to know is that what's happened is a tremendous improvement from what I was. I've been blessed, and I continue to be blessed each and every day. And for those of you who are counting, tomorrow's my last day as a council member, and I have 1,408 days of sobriety today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Our colleague, Mike Hernandez. Our colleague, Mike Hernandez. Madam President, next presentation, please.
Next presentation, we move to Council District 3, a somewhat different situation. Ms. Chick, if I could call you up here. Well, I have Kleenex with me now. I learned from that one. Oh, here, hold on. We ladies don't have any inhibitions about this at all. Help yourself.
Thank you.
Well, Laura, you're obviously not going far.
You don't need to cry.
No, it's okay. I think I'm over it temporarily, at least. You're obviously not going far, and we've all had an opportunity at least once to acknowledge your achievement toward the end of your council career in becoming the first woman to be elected to citywide office in the city of Los Angeles, an honor no one will ever take away from you. And it's my, again, honor and privilege to acknowledge on behalf of all of us the work that you've done in your tenure as a council member. It's beginning to seem very brief somehow, isn't it? Laura has been a very, just as Mike made us all very aware of the problems of Pico Union and other areas in the inner city, Laura was one of the people that the San Fernando Valley should be very proud of. She was, I was trying to think of the phrases that go with everybody, and I can hear you saying, and the San Fernando Valley, over and over and over again. She had to resolve some tricky, difficult issues that she inherited, such as the Warner Ridge problem, and there are a number of development issues around Warner Center. She's had to do all kinds of the regular constituent stuff that needs to be done everywhere, and not to prolong this at great length, I think that the San Fernando Valley and the entire city of Los Angeles should be very proud of Laura Chick's achievements. As you know, she worked for many years in the district office, correct, of her predecessor, Councilwoman Joy Pikus. So Laura was able to come to the city council with a very thorough appreciation of what all of our staffs experience every day in the field, the frustration and the irritation that so many of us do feel when we find things haven't gone quite right out in the city. And I have to say, to go from that role to taking on the responsibility first of the Government Efficiency Committee, first the Public Safety Committee, where she handled a number of very tough issues involving the police department, which Ms. Mizakowski has inherited, and others will inherit afterwards, I'm sure. But Laura did a lot of work on the Public Safety Committee, and then she realized that the way to really get to the bottom of all those things back at the constituent services was to take on the issue of government efficiency. And government efficiency is not a very sexy sounding committee. It's day-to-day business. It's really making things happen. And believe me, controller is about the same. So I want to congratulate you again. I want to thank you for your years of work here in the chamber with us. It will be odd not to have you here. But you're welcome back anytime, and you don't even have to take your car out to do that. And I do want to say that I think everybody joins me in not only congratulating you, but recognizing that what you're going to do next is a logical extension of what you've been doing. I'm sure when you were a little girl, you never dreamed you would grow up to be an auditor. And I know your professional training is a whole different direction entirely. But I think that we are very fortunate to have had you in the council, and very fortunate to have you as the first woman elected citywide, and not the last, I hope. And so from all of us, again, not repeating everything that's in the resolution, congratulations, best wishes, keep in touch, and we'll see you probably next week.
Yeah, you will. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes Mr. Burnson, followed by Mr. Fuhr and Mr. Hernandez.
Laura, you've been my seatmate for all the time you've been on the council. And actually, you're my neighbor to the south in our districts.
That's right.
In the valley. And it's been an interesting experience sitting next to you for 8 years. I won't share my private name for Ms. Chick.
Please don't.
I won't. But I can tell you it is an interesting one. At any rate, I just want to thank you for being a great neighbor, for being a terrific council person, for the work that you've done for the valley, for the city. And it's been great serving with you, and we're going to continue to see each other here in City Hall, only in a little different capacity. And we're going to be watching how you audit. We're going to be auditing the auditor. Anyway, thanks for everything, and good luck to you. Okay?
Thanks, Hal. Thank you.
Mr. Fuhr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Laura, it has been a delight serving here, serving next to you. We've shared secrets, laughter, frustration, richly rewarding achievements, all, and that was just a few minutes ago. What's been so marvelous to watch is you are a rare combination of intellect, guts, hard work, and in the most positive way, a very ambitious agenda for the whole city. People have been talking about your achievements for the Valley, but you've really had your eye on what's good for the whole city. And it's been a wonderful experience to be your colleague. You have a remarkable future ahead of you, which is really only beginning. All the best in your role as city controller, but I wanted to emphasize again, you have been a tremendous city council member, and I'm thrilled to have a chance to serve with you.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hernandez, followed by Mr. Pacheco and Ms. Misakowski.
Members of Council, I just want to rise to let you know that I also know that Laura Chick's a crybaby. She did much better than I did. But
I cry when you speak. I cry when I speak.
members, and again, she's our new controller, and I congratulate her for that. And I appreciate her leadership. On several occasions, we got to go out and have dinner. And what Laura taught me was that the bottom line is she'll come into your district and she'll look at your projects, and then she'll go to her district and try and do them. And she basically learned, and she basically gave me the opportunity to learn from her. And she did have a compassion. One of the things I need to share with each and every one of you is the fact that I think because of the issues we deal with, we do care about each other, and Laura taught me that in several ways. I think that, again, she is one of the individuals who basically did have a lot of compassion for her constituents and reminded me that she had people in her district who had needs. I kept on reminding her, yeah, but they were limited to only certain census tracts. But I think that it was basically her ability to represent her constituents and at the same time deal with citywide issues that the voters of a city basically recognized that and put it to the next level. I consider you a friend, and I want to continue to have meals with you. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Pacheco?
Don't smirk. I haven't started.
I'm not smirking, this eyebrows raised, like, what is he going to say?
I just wanted to say it was a pleasure serving on the council with you. And
You're not going to ask me to sing, right?
No. I don't know any show tunes. So, but it is a pleasure serving with you, and I know we're going to continue working together on improving the city of Los Angeles, and I do expect you to be a great controller. I know you are very much into the details, which a good controller needs to be, and I really appreciate the fact that Alex has reminded me that...
I saw that. I saw he passed you a note.
Yeah. He says you're breaking up the Distinguished Hair Caucus. We would normally include Nate, but he doesn't have enough.
So you're going to be the remaining silver fox.
So far, yeah. I'll have to carry it on. But no, it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to continuing working with you, and I think we have a great opportunity to make things better. Thank you for being one of my colleagues.
Thank you, Nick.
Ms. Misakowski, followed by Mr. Padilla, and then Mr. Savornich.
Laura and I were friends and colleagues as aides to council members before either of us were elected. And that was an enjoyable experience. And I can remember as we would talk as colleagues about one day wanting to run and the effort, et cetera. And I was really pleased to join her, and she pointed out to me that when I joined her on the council, I think it was the first time ever the council had 5 women council members. And Mr. Hernandez talks about the recognition in our city about recognizing the Latino community as the largest ethnic population, the majority in the city, but that is not quite right because I think women are a little bit larger in that population.
Sorry, Mike.
And are also not represented in that proportion of this council. So we are actually losing, although Laura is moving up in the world, we're going back down to just 4 instead of 5. Ruth talked about the oddity, perhaps, of not going into controller's office and never having dreamed of becoming an auditor. But what better training than the social services and the role that you played here to say, in a well-rounded perspective, what and how government ought to be providing services for its citizens from that perspective. So I think it is a very, very good training background that you have that you're going to be moving forward. And I appreciate that we were friends before you came and that we're going to be friends beyond your being one of my 4 female colleagues on the council, and look forward to working with you as well.
Thank you, Cindy. It was a good point.
Mr. Padilla?
Give me a couple of years. I'm getting there quick.
Just hope you keep your hair.
Well, you've seen my dad, so I think I'm all right.
You have good genes.
But it has been wonderful, Laura. When we first got to know each other, when you first met me, I was a staff member that kept jumping around. You saw me with this elected official, you saw me with that campaign, you saw me with Senator Feinstein, and I think I was before you as a nominee for the Building and Safety Commission when you finally came over in this chamber, right in that front row, and you sat down right next to me and you went, "So who do you work for?" Because every time I asked you, give me a different answer. And so fast forward 2 years and we were now colleagues. And even though when my first election we weren't on the same side, I point to our relationship as an example of people who come here and being able to set aside past differences and saying, hey, let's work together because that's what's best for you, that's what's best for me, but most importantly, that's what's best for the city and for the people that we deserve. And within that first month, you and I were championing that police station along with Councilmember Fuhr through the council. We were still on public safety together. And then I had you as my sidekick for the last 2 years. I as chair of ITGS and you as my vice chair. And all the motions that we've introduced together, some of the historic items we've passed through committee. I really thank you for being there mutually to set aside those past differences and working together. And now we get a chance to work together, council to controller. So please don't audit my office right away. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I do look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Savornich?
My classmate.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. There were 4 of us that walked into these chambers on July 1st, 1993.
Right.
And there's only 2 of us left. 2 have moved on. And Laura, I wanted to mention to you, thank you for being my partner in working the issues that were mutually important to us. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your friendship. You're a very special person. I'm so happy that you're going to be the controller of our city. I am so happy that I had the opportunity to call you friend, and I consider myself, as I do the rest of you colleagues, a very rich man to have known Laura Chick. You are terrific, and you are and will continue to be one of the great ladies of Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Mr. Holden?
I don't understand this send-off, because I never knew you got along so well with all these members of the council.
I do today.
Yeah, that's the point.
I call this special, I object to this, I object to that. I mean, but anyway.
You haven't seen anything yet, Mr. Holden.
I understand. Wait till I leave. The fact of the matter is that you done your job well, and you've been promoted. You know, term limits played a trick on you. Otherwise, you'll still be here, where you can get a lot of press, a lot of TV, which you like, no matter what. Make a statement just to get that TV and get in the newspaper. You're not going to do that over there. That's going to hurt you, I know. They don't understand that inside scoop, but I've observed you as you observed me, and you said when you first got elected, your campaign manager said, you want to learn about what's happening at City Hall? Go home at night, watch television, as you put it to me, and study Nate Holden. Is that what you did? That's right. So the fact of the matter is that she did. And, well, maybe you're putting me on when you needed a vote. I don't know. But you'll do a good job over there, and I know you will. You watch the books here as a member of the City Council. You watch the books there. Good luck. We're with you. When you need 8 votes, you got 7. Take my seat and vote.
Thank you, Nate.
Well, thank you, members of the council. We now give you the Honorable Laura Chick.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for all of your kind words. I want to start out and keep my comments very short because we have at least two other special colleagues to say goodbye to. But I wanted to ask my staff to stand up, the remaining of my staff. As we know, term limits are dwindling our staffs, but to recognize them and to say thank you very, very much. We all know that a great deal, if not all that we accomplish, is through our staff. It's been a great 8 years. I said yesterday, some of you were here waving hi when I walked in, Mr. Holden, Mr. Burnson, Mr. Ridley Thomas, and you're waving at me as I leave. But I'm not leaving. I'm looking forward very much to continuing to work with those of you who will still be on the council and city staff that will be in different places, some of them than they were when I was here. I'm looking forward to working with some of you who won't be in here still, because clearly we are all people who are very dedicated to the well-being of the city. And finally, I'm not sure I agree at all to comments that I've had every now and then that I'm going to disappear in the controller's office or I'm going to be bored. Quite the contrary. I think I've learned in the last 8 years the good things that we do, but all the things that we could be doing better. And that's what I'm going to be concentrating on for at least the next 4 years. I'm not looking to audit anybody's office, but I'm going to do my job well, and we're all going to do our jobs well, work together, and remember that anytime any one of us looks bad, we all look bad, and it's our job to not only make the city look good and work well, but to keep this city together. And I look forward to working with you to accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Madam President.
Council District 5, the Honorable Michael Fewer.
Michael Fewer.
As a special favor, I'm not going to read this one either. Well, Mike is another one whom I've known since he arrived in council and did not know before. We served as seatmates for quite a while. We had a couple of notable disagreements. We had a couple of times when we were the only 2 votes. I can think of several buildings, a particular building on Wilshire Boulevard, I believe it is. We lost that one, but it was, I think we were right all the same. Mike is probably best known, and really deservedly so, for his concern with getting guns off the streets of Los Angeles. We have, as you know, been through some pretty bad times, and when I think about how much easier it was to grow up when I grew up, and it wasn't so easy then either, but at least there wasn't a lot of people running around with guns. I realize that kids today have a tough time. And I think that Mike, for all his other achievements, which I want to talk a little bit about, really deserves an enormous amount of recognition and credit for his perseverance to the point sometimes of being a terrible pest on the subject, and properly so, about the need to find a way in what is often a complicated legal territory to make sure that we do not subject anybody in the city of Los Angeles to any unnecessary violence. There's really no need for people to be walking around carrying guns or carrying ammunition, and it's time that we did something about it. And we are doing much more about it than we might otherwise have been because of the ongoing efforts of Mike Fewer, who does also pay attention to detail and make sure that we have that. I also want to say, having been for some years the resident environmentalist, that the only reason that Mike wasn't as visible on that issue is, of course, that he has a very important family member who fronts that particular issue. But Mike has also been a very consistent, hardworking, knowledgeable, I don't know, I could go on for a while, proponent of protecting our environment and making sure that all the different city agencies that have something to do with environment, the people who manage stormwater, the people who manage the parks, the people who manage our streets, that everybody who has any Department of Water and Power, anybody who has anything to do with environment is really looking for programs that are not only inexpensive, but are primarily effective. And that, of course, is what we want to be here, is basically effective. So there are many other things to say about Mike, but I think that those two things, and especially the efforts at gun control and maintaining safe streets. Oh, no, I do have to mention one more, the playground. We've all heard several times now that we don't have nearly enough playgrounds to take care of the needs of children who have disabilities, and particularly to have playgrounds where able-bodied children can play with disabled children and enjoy each other's company and recognize that they are all children together. In order to be all children together, they have to have a place to play together, and it's really through Mike's efforts that we have one built and one just about under construction, and I know that we will have more such playgrounds in the future. So I want to say thank you to you for all of that. Thank you for being a kind and friendly seatmate, even when you were wrong on the issues. But most of the time you weren't, which was a pretty good record. So I will miss you as well. I know you're not going to go far, and I fully expect to see you back here in some capacity or other any day now. So it is without tears that I wish you well, not because I'm not going to miss you, but because I think that you've actually had a steadier sort of tenure than, for example, Mr. Hernandez, who had to really go through it in peaks and valleys. We all have peaks and valleys, but some of them are bigger than others, and some of them are a little closer to steady. And I congratulate you for a steady tenure. I wish you well. I'm really sorry you're not the city attorney, but that's the way it goes. And life goes on. Life goes on. Starting the rest of today. What's that old saying? Today's the first day of the rest of your life. So congratulations and thank you. Yes, you do.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Chick.
Yeah, it's only fair. You forgot that besides being seatmates, Mike, I think since you've arrived, every committee that I've chaired, you've been the vice chair. And I was wondering if that was purposeful, not on your part, but someone felt, obviously the council president, that you needed to shadow me and keep an eye on me. But I think the city of Los Angeles is losing one of its very outstanding of all times elected officials. There has not been an issue or a time that you have walked in here to vote on something that you haven't been thoughtful about it and gone through sometimes agony in terms of what you really think is right, including wanting to support your colleagues on the council, but not wanting to let it interfere with what you personally felt was the right path to take. You've been a leader in the council, I think at a time when to stand out as a leader was maybe more difficult than other times. And in that leadership, you have brought us to do some very important things that I don't think would have been done without you. So with a heavy heart, no matter what, I wouldn't be working with you in the same capacity, seatmates and committee mates on the council. But the same as I said to my friend Mike Hernandez, I will say to you, it's not goodbye, it's not I'm going to miss you, because you are going to be in the middle of things in a way that stays important and good for the city. And then finally, for anyone who's thinking about running for office and has a family, along with others here like Rudy Zavornich and Mark Ridley Thomas, but you are a role model of a male person who knows how to juggle many different roles in life, and that you have stayed a loving and supportive husband, a loving and supportive father, and an outstanding council member is quite remarkable and another tribute to you. Thank you for being a role model for me.
Thank you, Mrs. Chick. Mr. Kowski.
Mike and I have grown a friendship that I think is the closest of any relationship I have on the council today. As I reflect on why, I think we share some traits. I think we are both compulsive, or as my husband would say, anal compulsive. We are both the most thorough and try to read everything, try to understand everything. We share your devotion to receiving advice constantly and chronically from your Chief of Staff, Jane Blumenfeld. We have shared, I think, also perhaps the largest number of committee assignments of members of the council and attend each and every one of them. But I've also learned, and I particularly enjoyed my first 2 years on the council before I was a member of Budget and Finance, to learn how to be analytical on the issues that come before us on settlements, where the city attorney is presenting something. And I really learned an awful lot from you and appreciate that and just appreciate the friendship. I think for me and many of us here, this is a sad moment that we hoped would not have to come, because we all expected and hoped and wanted very much, with the leadership that you showed on the council, that you would have been able to rise to a higher level in this city this last spring. But as Laura said, if that didn't happen this last spring, I think we all feel that it will happen anyway, because I don't think there is a member of the council, a member of elected office in the city, who more epitomizes public service, the joy of being a public servant, who does it well, and I think still today can and is and should be a role model for all of us. So I appreciate your being that role model for me.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Burnson.
Yes, Mike, I know that we haven't always agreed on everything, but more than often than not, we did. And I don't know of anybody that fought for what he believed in with more integrity and willing to go forward, even though sometimes it was different than what we believed, or not quite as the same. But I can tell you that I really enjoyed serving with you. We've become friends. The one thing that I will always remember about Mike is every time we had an executive session and I needed to know what the right thing for us to do was, I looked to you and I would ask you. And I think that he gave us an insight and an ability that we're really going to miss here. And I think that this is not the end. I think that you have too much to offer to the city, to the state, whatever. I think you're going to be back, and I think you will be a great servant of whatever avenue you choose. And it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you after today in some capacity.
Thanks very much.
Hernandez, Padilla, and Pacheco in that order, please. Mr. Hernandez.
Mike, I want to say there were several times when it seemed we didn't get along. And I think part of that was us not understanding each other. There was a moment just recently in the council, in the middle of your campaign, where I basically said, I wish you weren't running for city attorney. And I said that because I really did wish you weren't running for city attorney. I felt that you should be a councilman, and you should be reelected to the council because you had a very short term here. And I shared with my colleagues afterwards, some of them I said, it came off wrong. I was frustrated because what I've learned from you is you've tried to be this model elected official, and you set some standards that were higher than most of us. And I felt that objectivity that I always felt from you was being compromised because you were in a race. And those were my feelings, and I said it out of frustration. I want you to know that I have a tremendous amount of respect for you, but one of the things that wasn't mentioned as part of your accomplishments, because you did come into this council with a lot of compassion. I had a neighbor who uses the paratransit system to move around.
Thank you.
And she was basically on a walker. And I went up to her and I said, how you doing? And I called her by her first name, and she looked at me, and I saw these wrinkles on her face. And you see, because she's a senior. And she said, life's hard. I was thinking about you. And it's because you came into the council fighting for seniors. And maybe it was because of your background at Bethesda. And you tried to change that system. And you did it. You moved it to the Department of Aging, and we dealt with block grant. But you had this compassion for seniors that I haven't seen from many of my colleagues. And we all care about our seniors because they're our seniors. But you had the compassion for them that would allow you to do a lot for them. So I just wanted you to understand, and it's my way of hopefully making an amends for something I shouldn't have said in public out of frustration, but I really think that you are a model councilman, and I know your constituency, as difficult as it can be, would have re-elected you to another 4 years, and you made a decision to move up to the next level. Again, I wish you well. I think you're going to do well no matter what. Thanks, Frank.
Mr. Padilla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Mike. It was too short for you here. I remember when you were first running, believe it or not. No, I wasn't in high school, to everybody. Close, no. It was at Bruce Corwin's home, you're right. And I remember his introduction of you, which is, this is my friend, which in my book counts a lot coming from Bruce. This is, a lot of people aren't giving him much of a shot, but let me tell you, I know the kind of person he is, and he's gonna win this one. And I was off at the time working for electeds, doing the campaign thing, sort of breaking into the business, you can say. And I know, because I read, and I know because I heard that you were out there walking precincts. And that's how you got here. And I respect that and I admire that, knowing that that's also how I got here. And so it's because we brought those foundations, similar foundations to our perspective and our point of view here on the council, that I think, just like with Councilmember Chick, that you and I were able to put that difference aside when I was first elected and work well together on that police station issue when we first got here. On budget, not only having had the fortune to serve on the ad hoc committee and the conversations, the numerous conversations we had about that, but I thank you for bringing the Budget and Finance Committee out to my district when I was first elected. That was not only a gesture on your part towards me, but I believe a big gesture on your part towards my district and towards the public in general. That's how you conducted yourself. And so I thank you for all of that. And I also thank you for being a good neighbor. Not by council districts, but our offices are right next to each other. And it facilitated the, you know what, I just thought of something. I'm gonna run over to Mike and ask him what he thinks. Or there was times when you would call over or come over yourself. And we saw our offices change and the plaques and those things change every couple of weeks, every couple of months. And I just want to end on this note. Your staff knows this. I don't think you know this. You know this. But I still owe you a little bit of cream for the coffee maker there. So thank you for being a good neighbor.
Mr. Pacheco.
Mike, I just wanted to thank you for working with me in my office and helping us learn the system also. I'm not sure what your future plans are, but always feel free to call on us and think of it as East Side support. We are definitely very interested in your future and seeing what you decide. Seniors are definitely an important part of our society and our community, so however we can support you, we are here. But thank you so much for being our colleague and working hard with our office.
Mr. Holden.
Oh, I just moved to say this. I wasn't going to say anything, but just can't resist because I've been in your level situation before, and there's got to be a comfort level there someplace. And there were those who said, "The king is dead, long live the king. But if he's not dead, he'll rise again." And when I voluntarily left the state senate to run for another office, I was sure I was going to win. And I could have run for re-election and been elected over and over again until term limits. But I didn't choose to do that. But I must tell you, there was a lonely feeling being out. Not that I regret leaving, because I made a decision to do that. But the feeling was that when I saw things that were happening in Sacramento, and I said, only if I were there. And you're going to say that. You know, when you're in politics and you're campaigning for one reason or another, one issue or another, one candidate or another, you choose sides. Sometimes sides win, sometimes they don't. There's nothing really personal. I know that sometime I've been on the wrong side of some of my colleagues, and then I've been on the right side. But I want you to know that from this day forward, as I said to you in private, I will say publicly, I'm on your side. And I said that this is not the end of the time when you will be elected. As I was reelected to office, I'm confident that you will be also. And you will continue to serve the people in some level, in some capacity, not only here locally, but maybe in the state of California. And you know what? I'm going to help you get there to do that. Nice working with you, friend.
Mr. Garcetti.
Again, I'll keep it real brief. It was a short and small caucus we had of the skinny boys. When I was campaigning, I had the pleasure of Mike stealing a joke I was going to make. I think it was the UTU, and he said you have the good fortune of having the two skinniest candidates in the city here before you tonight. I just wanted to say also in the short time that I've spent with you here that a lot of people are going to look at your exit as the defeat of principle. And I just want to say to you that you have planted so many seeds, I expect, in so many people, and one of them in me, that it is something in which we're going to see principle, I hope, flourish. The work that you have done over those years to do that with many, many people, I think will continue to make that something that we see throughout the city. And I look forward to drawing on that principle while I'm here on the council. So thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Michael Fuhr.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. The first thing I have to do first is to thank all of you, not only for your kind words today, but for a truly electric, exciting 6 years on the City Council, where we've accomplished so much together. Those accomplishments, if any, emanated even a little bit from my territory, are a testament to the work of my staff. And my staff members who could be here today, I'd like them to please rise and get recognized. I think all of you know what a wonderful group they are, as is demonstrated by how sought after they have been now that I'm leaving, at least temporarily, from public office. I wanted also, last night there was a reception for city staff members at the Pueblo, and I had a chance to say to those who had been there what I want to say to the city staff members, not only who are assembled here, but who will be watching or hearing about this later. From Mr. Deaton and Mr. Fujioka to everyone in the business of day-to-day serving the city, what a privilege it has been to work with you. I wish I had a chance to look every one of you who served this way in the eye and say how much I've appreciated it, be it in my work in the Budget Committee or in any other committee. There is something extraordinary about the depth of commitment and quality of your work. And my staff, it's not a joke that many of my staff members are working at 4:30 or 5 in the morning every day, as well as late into the evening. Part of it is that I have a bunch of really sick puppies for staff members, but part of it is that they really have it in mind that every moment in life is a very precious one. And that's something that has really been infused in me about how important it is to view public service as a remarkable opportunity. And I just want to say a word. I'm going to sit down because I know that lunchtime has been long in coming for many people in this room. But here's the deal. Almost no one has a chance to serve other people the way members of the City Council do. It can be frustrating and it can be very demanding, but what a chance to wake up in the morning and have one's key focus be on how to solve problems for people. And then the next day and the day after to see the results of your work in the eyes of kids and seniors and others. People talk about senior citizens. Some of the work I'm most proud of actually is the work that my staff and I have worked on with You for Kids. A remarkable array of really wonderful things. The chance to serve comes to almost nobody, and it really is the role of those of us in public service to lift up everybody in our community, and to not only get the details done, but to be a real source of inspiration. And that, I hope, is one of the things that I've tried in a small way to do, that I hope that those of you who remain here and are going on to other aspects of public life will do. We have such a cynical city, such a cynical society about what politics can be. And I still have a very deep-seated feeling that this is a noble thing to pursue, and that every moment can be seized upon to really change the world for everybody. That's why I chose to join Bet Sedek, the legal services program I ran before I became a city council member, and why I took a chance on running for city council, and in fact why I ran for city attorney. Because it's one thing to call law some antiseptic thing that's removed from people's day-to-day lives, but you can change the quality of the way people wake up and the way they go to sleep and the way they live their lives every day by using law the right way. Thank you very much to all of you for doing that for the last 6 years of my tenure here. I look forward to many other exciting days in the months and years to come. I have no idea what among a variety of choices I'm going to do next, and so if any of you have a summer internship program still available, just let me know. Thank you.
Michael Fewer. Madam President, I would have you know that if any other member of the council were to suggest to us that their respective staff members began work at 4:30 or 5 in the morning, I would immediately dismiss it out of hand. But because Michael Fewer said it, it must be so. Your turn to speak.
It is undoubtedly the case. I have one more presentation. On the way to that presentation, I want to acknowledge two other colleagues. Ms. Walters, as you know, is not here with us today. She and her staff will be leaving office at the end of this month as well. I have left her a message. I was not able to speak with her, but I did call and invite her to come back as soon as she feels healthy enough to do that, so that we can recognize her in person and acknowledge the work that she has been doing for 8 years in Council District 9. And also as one of the resident thorough readers and one of those people who asks the question that everybody was kind of hoping, or all the people she's about to ask it to were kind of hoping nobody would think of, and to demand an answer. I do want to, I don't know if any of them are here, but I do want to at least have us recognize the efforts of Ms. Walters' staff. We'll invite them back with her as well, but they may all be working in other jobs. And I think it's worth noting that all of the kind things we have said about the staffs of Council Districts 1, 3, and 5 also apply to those in Council District 9. I don't know if any of you are here, but let's give them a hand in any case.
Madam President, if I may, on that note of CD9, offer these brief insights. An appropriate expression on behalf of the council has been sent to Mrs. Walters as she is recuperating. We wish her well, and we take the opportunity to let her know in her absence that we are appreciative of, and at the same time reminded of, her service to the citizens of Los Angeles for the 10 years that she was a member of the City Council, that we are reminded of her sense of integrity as well as advocacy. And there was a project on which both Ms. Walters and I worked. It was a project in the making when we arrived in '91, and we are able to celebrate its completion. And it's one of the Youth Opportunity Unlimited projects, and the complex itself will be named in her honor and we will have a ceremony at the appropriate time. So we will now have the Rita D. Walters Family Development and Education Complex on Manchester and Vermont, a brand-new high school that services the persons who are continuing their education with a full health clinic and child care center. It's quite a complex, and it will be named in her honor.
And I think that's entirely appropriate. That pretty well exemplifies all of the people and issues that Ms. Walters takes so very much to heart and has worked so hard on. But I do want to get her to come back as soon as she feels able to do it so that we can say all those nice things to her in person. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the staff of Council District 13. You all, of course, know that Ms. Goldberg has gone on to the Assembly, and we are very, very glad to have her there. She's already been an enormous help to the city of Los Angeles. And you all know that Mr. Garcetti has now joined us as the new representative of Council District 13. But Jackie Goldberg's staff has been here through all of this and is just like so many others transitioning out. And I think it is certainly worthy of our time to acknowledge again that all of the work that Jackie did here was supported and bolstered and made possible by the contributions of her staff. Sharon DeLugach, the chief deputy, is sitting here, and there were some more people here a little while ago. They may have gotten hungry. But I think we also owe them a debt of gratitude, and I see Mr. Garcetti starting to make noises here. So did you want to say something?
Please rise, sir.
I've invited Ms. Goldberg back here to do an honoring ceremony to that staff, and everybody is going to be staying for a couple more weeks, so I think we'll find the opportunity to do that. So
I am delighted to hear that. I think they deserve acknowledgement. All right, that brings us to Council District 15. Are you still here? It is late. I have to say that Mr. Savornich and I have had an interesting history together. I don't think we really got to know each other in your first couple of years. You know, there's this division in the horseshoe tends sometimes to separate people. It brings together those who sit near each other, and it kind of divides the ones who don't. But of all the people we're saying goodbye to this morning, Mr. Savornich is the only one with whom I have served on a committee. I've just figured that out as I was standing up here, and I find that rather surprising. But we have spent a long time together on the Commerce, Energy, and Natural Resources Committee because, of course, he represents the district that includes the harbor, and I represent the district that includes the airport. And boy, oh boy, do they have some similar issues with their neighbors. During the time that we have served together on this committee and in the council, it has been really, Rudy, a joy to get to know you. Mr. Savornich gets impatient at all the right times. He's enormously funny. And he's very practical. And I think it's been, I know I've heard you talk a lot about the education that you've had in your time here. I want to tell you from the other side, watching you have that education has been also a wonderful experience. It is really always exciting to see people come into a new job. We've all had to do it. We've all come in here green and had to figure out, now how do we get this job done? And I want to say, Rudy, I think of all the people I know, your commitment to going and nosing around and finding out how best to do it, and your ability to join up with people who were working on the committees that controlled what you needed for your district is really exemplary. It's just an admirable thing. And on top of all that, besides all those nice things, I think that Rudy's most unusual contribution to our deliberations here is that you are always a gentleman. And the old phrase, you're a gentleman and a scholar, we don't use that around here very often because most of the time we're being encouraged to be politicians, to make speeches, to be forceful, to do all kinds of things to demonstrate that we are the people in charge. And I think that Mr. Savornich has added a dimension to that is really something I hope we will all be able to keep with us I don't know what we're going to do for the humor, though. I haven't figured that one out yet. So, Rudy, I know that you're very proud of and justly so, of the accomplishments you've had in your own district, of the resources you've brought to that district, of the new facilities that you've been able to open. And I know that it is a district with many communities, and these are very close-knit communities. It was a pleasure to see them all turn out to say thank you to you at the party. The food was good, too, I have to say. And it was not paid for by taxpayers' funds. Even Mr. Tuttle would have approved of it, I think. So, Rudy, it's with sadness that I see you leave, because I'm really going to miss your walking up behind me and saying something where I have to struggle not to burst into giggles when I'm supposed to be serious. But I know that you will do well. I hope we will continue to be friends, to stay in touch. I want to watch your kids grow up. I want to express my complete understanding with your daughter's attitude toward sitting up there and having to listen to the formalities of agendas. And I especially want to wish you well and say thank you for being here and thank you for being my friend. I suppose I should add to that, although I'm not sure this is the appropriate time to mention it, that it is also Rudy's fault that I was the president pro tem, which is thus what happened, how I happened to wind up in that chair. So those of you who don't like it, speak to him. It's his fault.
Several speakers wish to be recognized. We begin by recognizing Ms. Mizakowski.
Rudy, you have been a delight as a colleague. Again, until the election of Alex and Nick, I sat next to Mr. Ridley Thomas, who sat next to you, who sat next to Joel. And I must say that I had never seen in this council what I remembered from junior high, which were three guys sitting there who I would have remembered in junior high. Would have been three guys, maybe I shouldn't say this with your son listening, three guys sitting in the back of the room, poking each other, giggling, laughing, enjoying each other. But literally that, enjoying each other. Every once in a while I'd try to listen in, try to be serious. Sometimes you'd share it and sometimes you wouldn't. But it did show the delight that around this horseshoe, with issues that can sometimes strain relationships, sometimes strain different viewpoints, there was always that, and that was laughter and good humor to pull us together. And when we had sometimes meetings that got tedious or just odd things, you were always there to help bring it back to a humorous, human scale and human level, and that is going to be missed. And that's not to say that when things got serious and when you needed to get serious, you could speak with the most serious voice and the most intensive focus and get us all to listen as well. So both parts of those listening and both parts of what you brought here, I'm going to miss. And even now, that dimpled smile is irrepressible.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pacheco.
Hi, Rudy.
Hi, Rudy.
I was trying to think of something you've told me funny that I could repeat.
Public, yes.
In public, yeah. And I just can't. I can't think of one thing. My daughter could be watching this.
Well, that's why you said hi, Rudy. That's sufficient.
Rudy was one of the first people I spoke to here, and I'm going to say something that is not meant to be a slight to anyone, but really just sort of a recognition towards Rudy. When I sat down with him, the first thing he said, you know, if I had met you, I might have endorsed you. But he said, I got some bum advice from a lobbyist. We won't say which one. But the next thing he said is, always remember that the CLA's office is your employee, and have them help you write your motions. And of all the people I met with, Rudy was the first one to actually give me practical advice when at least the city did me the benefit of putting the bathroom inside my office, so I knew where to find that. But Rudy was the first person to actually sit down with me and give me practical advice, tell me how important it was to always look out for our constituents and how important it was to remember that we were elected by them. And I gotta confess though, Rudy, you know that bucket of Coronas you sent over? Yeah, me too. Did you endorse against him too?
No, I endorsed him.
Okay. I got to be honest with you. I did give it to the crew who helped me move in, the city employees. I thought you would appreciate that because if there's one thing I learned at the county's office is you don't drink alcohol on city property or county property. So I passed it on to the city employees who took it home. Just want to make sure. Don't want to say. But Rudy, it's been a pleasure. It's been great being here on this side. And I do enjoy the sideshow with Ridley Thomas, Savornich, and Wax. But I am going to miss you, and I will, at least you now know that I won't steal any more of your staff, okay? Because I did steal some of your staff when I got here. But thank you for being so generous to let me have them.
Thank you for being on good behavior, Mr. Pacheco. We now recognize Mr. Hernandez.
I got to make my amends when I can make them, Rudy, but I think I was responsible for one day calling you the Bob's Big Boy mascot. And then they printed that in the newspaper.
I still have it.
And my understanding is you have a lot of little Bob's Big Boy mascot banks because of that. Hopefully your son will enjoy them. Members of the council, Rudy represents his constituency much better than most people think. I can honestly say that because I sit on the CED committee and I see the amount of money he's trying to get for his groups. And you need to know, as part of the reprogramming money, he's been doing quite a bit of work. But every time I try and get him to prioritize his work, it's like every one of them is important. And I kind of know the style because that was mine, but I really understand Rudy's work for his constituency because whether they be Boys and Girls Clubs, community centers, senior centers, libraries, Rudy was out there fighting for them. I also got to see him dealing with the planning land use issues in his district, and we had quite a few of those. He advocated for the position of his constituencies in a way that most of us tried to do, but a lot of those issues weren't popular with the rest of us. And you need to understand that Rudy tried very hard to represent the will of his constituents, and I want to recognize that because he always did that. The other thing I need you to understand is that he chaired the Transportation Committee, and I don't think any of us were paying attention, but one of the largest public works projects in this city happens to be the Alameda Corridor, and he also chaired that. I think that the harbor became much more accountable to the people of San Pedro and Wilmington under your helm. And those issues are very complicated because that's such a regional, in fact, national economic engine for the city. And the communities that feel disenfranchised because of that quarter of a mile that links them to the rest of the city. Rudy, you've done a tremendous job of representing your constituency. And anytime you want to become a Democrat, let me know. I'll re-register you. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Chick, Mr. Burnson.
People have already commented about your sense of humor and your jokes, so I won't say much more other than similarly to Cindy, I always kind of thought you should be able to share those jokes with your women colleagues, but I understand. I wanted to comment, I know very well how connected you are to two things, family and your district. And I will not forget, similarly to a tour that Mike took me on, well, several in his district, the tour that you took me on of your district, and nobody else was there, and the pride that showed through as you pointed out things that you and your staff were working on with the community, amenities, parks, just the love and the pride that showed through. And my favorite thing that shows about your sense of roots and community family is a story about your turtle. And I don't know that too many of your other colleagues know that one of your pride and joys is the fact that you have a pet turtle that's being passed on through many generations in your family, as you explained to me about the lifespan of a turtle. Am I right that it belonged to your grandfather? And then your father, and you, and then your son, and probably your grandson. Those are the kinds of memories also, and the legacy you've left behind. It's been great fun being the freshman class at Term Limit Babies with you, Rudy. I look forward to more work. Thanks.
Al Burnson.
What does that mean that you invited me over for turtle soup? Rudy, it's been a pleasure serving with you, knowing you. I mean, you've become a real friend. And quite often you and I were the only two no votes on any item through the years. But it's really been great, and I wish you all the luck in the world. I know that you have a beautiful family, and I guess you were the first one to have family down here since my kids were growing up. But somewhere I've got pictures of my youngest daughter, who's now 30, when she was 8 years old, sitting on John Ferraro's lap up here. But you are a family man. You've served your district. And I can remember one particular incident, though, when we were down in the harbor, and we went into a restaurant in his district, and the proprietor, who we all knew down here, used to come down here all the time for various stuff, looked past Rudy and said, "Hello, Councilman," to me. That was, I think, your first year. You remember that? Yeah. However, Rudy, I think the harbor and the city has gotten to know you and what you stand for and what you brought to this city. And I really am sorry to see you leaving, but I know that you're going to be around in some capacity. And I'm not going to say goodbye, but so long, because we're going to stay in touch. It's been great. Thank you.
Mr. Fuhr.
The other day when you were serving as president, I referred to your kids, and it's really such a special treat to be able to have your family here and hear about their son, their spouse, and their dad. It's really cool, and I hope that your kids remember how much esteem and support you had from your colleagues today, from your oft-discussed good humor to your commitment to your district. Your kids are very lucky to have you for a dad, and as they grow older, I'm sure they'll look back on today and recognize what a special treat it was to have a father in public service who was respected. Good luck, Rudy.
Mr. Holden. Be careful now.
All right. Now, I remember Rudy, and I was glad you were coming aboard because, you know, we needed somebody to balance the equation. And Rudy, already been said, is a Republican. And, you know, the people on the other side of the aisle from us, and I needed help. And I thought you brought a lot of that to us, a lot of independent decision-making. You selected your positions with careful thinking, and you didn't take the position in some cases, and I'm just going to go along with this because one of my colleagues said it's okay. And I think that's important, not only for you and myself, but others as well, to investigate, deliberate before you cast your vote. I know that I had a little talk with you, and when you had your big reception, after you were going to thank your volunteers, Ferrara came down and you invited me to come down. And I saw all those people who are your volunteers supporting you. This guy is well-liked and well thought of, and you beat a good incumbent who had served the district for many years. It goes to show that incumbents don't always win. the lady standing next to you be the incumbent. And I supported her in that effort. And I have to keep reminding her from time to time I did that. But I didn't oppose you, Nick, at all. They tried to get me to, but I didn't. Or anyone else here running for city council. But I just want you to know that, Rudy, you've been a tremendous asset to this council, the city. You're a loving parent. When I walk by your desk, I see your kids' pictures and your wife's picture, holding the baby. And very often you tell me about your parents, your mother and your father. So then when you go down there and vote, remember you watch Uncle Nate first, and then you follow, which I thought was pretty good. So the fact of the matter is that, and whenever you need something, ask Uncle Nate. And I remember the story, he came by and said, oh, well, I'm worried about my child, and they have a temperature and so on, and what am I going to do about that? I mean, you can't break that temperature. Oh, that's easy. Just get a little ice, cold little cloth, put it underneath the arm, the temperature will go down, all right? And he couldn't open up an apple jar once. He just trying to turn it. I said, oh, give me that jar. And I hit it from the bottom, popped it open. He said, how'd you do that? I said, because I'm old. And that's what we used to do it. But Rudy, has been a tremendous relationship. I've enjoyed working with you and getting to know your family. And we're going to miss you, but hopefully you won't go away, that you'll be around to help us in some other capacity. God bless you and your family, and have a good journey.
All right, Mr. Savonis, we now recognize Councilmember Alex Padilla.
There's a saying that sometimes we leave the best for last. The 15th district has its privileges. And echoing some of Councilmember Pacheco's comments about that practical advice, he's right. You were the first to give me the practical advice, and the two examples you gave me were, one, forget that long agenda with all the technical language. There's this office called the CLA, and they put out this agenda summary, and it makes it much, much easier to follow the council meeting. So thank you, because you made my life easy beginning on day one. And then there was some practical advice, but from some human advice as well. Like, you know, Alex, on your first day on the job, your inbox and the stack of mail is going to be this big. And on your last day in office, that inbox and that stack of mail is going to be how big? This big. And it helps to keep, again, the job in perspective about the city as an institution, governance, the city of Los Angeles. That's what it's about. With or without term limits, we're just passing through. And we have to make sure we value and hold precious the time and the opportunity that we have here to make our impact on the city, to make the impact for the constituents that we represent. Take our job seriously, but also to enjoy it. Rudy, you've been a friend. Even before I was sworn into office, I'm going to tell the stories I told down at the Dalmatian Club a couple weeks ago. You leaned over to me at Richard Alatorre's farewell party, and you took the city pin off of your lapel, and you gave it to me. And you said, when I first got here to the council, I got a lot of grief. I might have used a different word, but you said I got a lot of grief for how young I was. And you may get the same, but I want you to know I'm here for you. And that meant something to me. One of the milestones we all achieve here, when not just in the city council, but anybody in an elected office, your first big negative headline. Rudy, you were the only one to come see me that morning and say, keep your chin up. And I did. Thank you. And the one message and theme, I think, that we all want to take away from Rudy's time here is only fitting that you're the last person we recognize today of the outgoing members, and it's the first formal official meeting back in these chambers. And that is the effort and the priority to restore, or improve, I should say, the collegiality, the nobility, that respect that we should each have as office holders, that we should have as a body. And so those are the lessons from yesterday, those are the lessons from today, and we want to take those lessons into the future, Rudy. Part of your legacy is also to be a jokester. So I want to share with you the inside joke of all inside jokes and say, Rudy Savornich, we salute you.
See, Cindy was right. Let me just add one more thing before, I'm sure you have more. You know, we've all mentioned Rudy's family. I'm not sure we've taken note of the fact that I think he's the only one here whose children were all born during his tenure on the council.
I tell you, isn't that something? And they're here today.
Is this a blessing or a curse? We don't know.
Well, we consider it a blessing.
Well, yes, we do, but it's what they consider it that matters.
A bigger blessing. All right, we give you now the father of those who were born while in office here, the Honorable Rudy Savornich.
Junior.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. If those of you happen to walk in the back room and you happen to see some Kleenex stuck to the ceiling, that's nothing that I got from junior high school days, and I had nothing to do with it whatsoever. But I would like to sincerely thank each and every one of you colleagues for this 8 years of one of the most wonderful experiences of my life. One of the things to which I remember very well is that when I arrived at City Hall, I wasn't too popular in that I had defeated a very popular 12-year incumbent. And as you all know, hostile takeovers can be rather painful at times.
Yeah.
But one of the things to which I take great pride is the friendship that I have been able to develop with my predecessor, Councilwoman Joan Milky Flores. Things come around. And the one thing that I learned early at City Hall is that no one sings solo. You have to be part of the choir. Sometimes you sing on key, sometimes you sing off key, but you're part of the choir. I have had the honor to work with a staff that I believe is second to none. And wherever they are sitting here in the audience, if they could please stand, and would you please join me in honoring them also. I've had the pleasure of having my family arrive and grow up in the City Council, being the first council daddy in many years back in 1995 with the birth of Gregory, followed shortly thereafter in 1999 by the birth of Danielle. And Deanne and I are so very proud that when we visited and brought the children, each and every one of you were so kind with them. My mom and dad are here today also, as well as my in-laws and Gregory and Danielle's godparents. And one of the things to which I wanted to not only bring to the City Council, but also leave the City Council with, was a sense of never becoming my job. I knew it was only going to be an 8-year stretch, and I wanted to remain me. I think I did that, and in the midst of it, was able to work with a whole bunch of great people and do some good work for the people that I represent. You know, it's kind of hard sometimes trying to sum up what you want to say after being able to serve in this job for 8 years in just the brief few minutes that we have. But the one thing that's music to my ears is that as I stand here and speak to you today in 2001, there's two little voices in the background, Gregory and Danielle's, that I hear in my ears, which made doing this job all the more special. And so as I depart here today, I also will not say goodbye. I will only say farewell, because I look forward to continuing to keep the wonderful working relationships and friendships that I have made with each and every one of you for many years to come. And so to Cindy and to Nick and to Alex, to Mark and to Joel and Rita who are not here, Hal, Laura, Mike, Eric, Mike, Nate, and Ruth, Ron, and John. I would like to thank you and all the members of the city family who are here today for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. And finally, and I need to say this, when I first got into office, I thought I had the important job in the family, being the councilman. Boy, was I wrong. I was 33 years old, had been married for only 2 years, and I thought I was the big shot in the house. Nope. Because when I first decided to run for office, there was one person who said it was okay. And unless she said it was okay, I wouldn't have ran. And that was Deanne. And on the breakfast table, the morning after I was told that I was going to be drafted by some community groups to run for the city council, there on the breakfast plate was a little American flag, and in Deanne's handwriting, she had already left for work. It said, "Go for it, honey." And we did. And we've been going for it ever since. And so, you don't know what a comforting feeling it is to know that your house is in order, your children are taken care of, while you are out doing the public's business. At the beginning of our tenure, we got to go a lot more places together. But then when the children arrived, Deanne was the one who got the short end of the stick in a way and was not able to go to all the nice things that I was able to go to, but she was able to stay home with the kids and raise them and spend more time with them. As I said, I thought I was the important one. And so on this last day, as a member of the City Council, rather than devoting the last applause that hopefully I'll get in a few seconds to me, would you please do me the honor of honoring the person to which this has been a wonderful partnership, the person to which I love with all my heart, who has taken care of the real business of this partnership in the Zavornich family, my wife Deanne. And so to her, I would like to thank her for allowing me to be the councilman that I grew into be, and to thank her for 8 years of allowing me to be the person that I wanted to become as councilman. So colleagues, I bid you farewell. City staff, I bid you farewell. And please do me the honor of honoring Deanne for allowing me to be this job that I was able to do.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and to our colleagues. We appreciate you and we wish you well in your endeavors, and we look forward to a continuing relationship with you. We have 2 more items of business. The President returns to take her seat, and Madam President, there is but one message that the members wish to communicate, that which is the balance needs to be handled with dispatch. Madam City Attorney, you appear to have something you want to share with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a special item number 2, which is being brought in by Mr. Burnson. It is a request that the council adjourn next Friday due to the fact that the 4th of July is on a Wednesday and that the council will only be meeting on Tuesday. Before this would happen, the council, Mr. Burnson feels that it's important to let the public and the council know that they want to adjourn. So you would need to make the findings and then vote on the motion.
All right, open the roll on the findings. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, the findings are approved. The motion is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
That is approved, which means the council will not meet next Friday. We will meet on Tuesday. We will not meet Wednesday because it's the 4th, and we will not meet on Friday, the 6th. Okay, I believe the only item left in the special meeting is the closed session, and we did have, if he's still here, we did have somebody who wanted to address us with respect to the closed session item. Of course, without my glasses, I can't see who it was, but I bet he knows. Officer Mark Capot, sorry. Are you still here? Doesn't look like it. No? All right. In that case, the council is going to go, here's the program. We're going to go into closed session. We're still in the special meeting. We'll go into closed session. You look bewildered or unhappy. Ms. Mizikowski, what's the matter?
To request Ms. Julie Butcher to address us with a few words in executive session. I believe she had wanted to make some points. I've just talked to Mr. Fujioka.
If she's here, I didn't have...
Yes.
Oh, sure, of course.
Julie,
I had the card from somebody else. I didn't know you wanted to do this. Julie, if you want to come up to the mic before we go into executive session, we'll do that. Is that a yes or a no?
yes, go ahead.
So while you're coming up, let me just explain the program. We're going to, as soon as we hear from anybody who wants to address us on the items that will be taken up in closed session, we will then adjourn to executive session, which means that everybody else will be asked to leave the room unless you're involved in this. After we finish the closed session, we will adjourn the special meeting, and then we will be... Hold on. We'll then be back in the regular meeting, and I believe that all that is left in the regular meeting is the housekeeping, but we'll get to that when we get to that. So,
I promised Julie Butcher, representing SEIU Local 347, I promised I'd be so very brief, but it's amazing to honor all of you and sad to see you all go in this wonderful building. I want to thank you, the staff of ORS, for working so hard to get you this contract that we think is a solid agreement that we're very proud to ask you to approve today, with one little issue that we'd like you to vote yes on, and that is around the issue of special officers and their comparability wherever they work in the city. So I would urge you, with that small little addition, that this is a wonderful agreement, and we think that it will serve the city well and serve the workers well. So, thank you.
all right, thank you. Anybody else on items that will be taken up in executive session? Okay, in that case, we are now going to adjourn to executive session. I believe we have 2 items to be taken up in executive session. So anybody who is not involved in the executive session is, and who hasn't already left, is now invited to depart, and we will proceed. There we are. We're back. Hold on. It just came up. So the special meeting is adjourned, and we're now back in the main meeting. What's left?
Motions for posting and referral.
Without objection, they're posted and referred.
The desk is clear.
Well, hallelujah. It's only 3:20. And Rudy's plant needs water already. Okay, do we have any adjourning motions? We do. Please rise. Well, you're all up. Well, everybody. Adjourning motions. Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I request that we adjourn in memory of Juanita Rodriguez Granados, constituent and beloved resident of the 7th Council District, originally born in Michoacan, Mexico in 1901. Recently became a centurion, June 24th. She moved to Pacoima in 1923. She's survived by 7 daughters, 5 sons, 47 grandchildren, 72 great-grandchildren, and 14 great-great-grandchildren.
Anybody else? If we haven't already done these, I'd like to urge that we, yes, exactly, that we adjourn in memory of Jack Lemmon, and who's probably one of everybody's favorite actors. And also, did we do Carol O'Connor and John Lee Hooker? I think we ought to do those as well. Carol O'Connor, along with Jack Lemmon, is certainly one of Los Angeles' most famous citizens. Mr. Fewer? I believe we did do Stanley Mosk, but I'd also like to ask that we adjourn in memory of John Lee Hooker, one of the great blues singers of all time. Almost as good as Mr. Ridley Thomas. Mr. Hooker was not a Los Angeles resident, but he was certainly part of one of our signature industries. All right, I think we're done. Call the roll. Thank you. We are adjourned.